Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. So I'm just choosing a bit of a background here. I'm not sure what I should choose. Maybe just a nice little background like that. Um, yeah, welcome out. We are going to go through. This is part 3 of looking at Jerome's prologue, and if you have missed part 1 and part 2, we are going through all the technical details about the prologue of Jerome. And so don't worry if you haven't seen the previous 2, we are going to cover a lot of that ground anyway, but we're going to add a bunch of material. And so today we're going to look at what I think is the most overlooked piece of evidence in the whole Comma discussion. And so oftentimes, I remember sitting in the lounge room of a Bible translator, and he worked for I think it was Wycliffe, or it might have been the Bible Societies, and he had done a New Testament where he was a missionary. Now, I don't want to say his name and everything because we know each other, and I don't want to just demonize him publicly, but he said, well, the Comma doesn't belong in the text. And straight away I said, well, what about Cyprian? Cyprian quotes it in 250. And I showed him my website. And I think it just blew his mind because after that, he didn't like me. We were getting along really, really well up until that point. And then I could tell that, since then, there's just been this sort of something there and he keeps bringing up the comma and saying it's not genuine. But I would bring up Cyprian. I would also, after talking to the world-leading Greek expert on the Greek language, who I think is probably the world-leading expert at the moment, Georgios Babiniotis, he said, well, there's a solecism there, like vindicating what's been said since, for a long time, for 1,000+ years. And there's a solecism there, and you can't justify having the gender changes in verse 8 if you don't have verse 7 there. And so that vindicated all what the TR people were saying. Edward Hills, Will Kinney, Stephen Avery, myself, a whole bunch of people were saying there's a solecism there. And here we have world-leading experts saying, yeah, you're right. And it should read this way, and he showed the way that it should be read if it's a standalone verse. But if you have verse 7 there, it's exactly how it should read. And so Greek is a very interesting language, and if things don't line up properly like that, you can have these type of problems. And we're not even really going to be touching on Erasmus and how he was convinced to put this verse in. Now, people just make up stories about Erasmus. Well, they basically had a gun to his head, sort of thing. Or he was just an idiot. He just slipped on banana peels everywhere. He was rushing to print. He was trying to overtake the Complutensian polyglots, challenge to supremacy. So he quickly just was throwing these things in, and then sort of overlooked the comma, and then later on put it in. It was just a mistake, this type of thing. And there's all these types of stories, and I see these stories over and over and over, because now we've got 10,000 people on the Textus Receptus Academy. Oftentimes people just throw up their concepts and their ideas, and some of these are just made up out of thin air. Some of them have roots going back to after the Reformation period, when the Counter-Reformation, they put a lot of doubt on certain verses because they understood that the Protestants were hinging everything on the Word of God. They had the paper pope and not just this guy sitting in Italy that apparently everyone had to bow down to. And so, but today what we're looking at is Codex Fuldensis and Jerome's Prologue. Okay, so I know I'm going to say a whole bunch of terms that you mightn't understand, but I'm going to make it simple for you. So this is very simple, okay? Now, in the Reformation period, they believed that Jerome's prologue to the general epistles was a genuine document, okay? They said, hey, this is absolutely what Jerome wrote. And in that document, Jerome said that unfaithful translators were omitting the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit. Okay. And so according to people in the Reformation, if Jerome wrote that, well, that's about 400. So that's old, and that is a early church writer speaking about this information and giving us the clues as to why 1 John 5:7 is not in the text. And so it says unfaithful scribes are doing this. So it just absolutely gives us why that these things are happening. So what I sort of discovered in doing the last two videos was that Jerome actually became a bit of a speed hump or a stop sign for the omission of the comma in the Latin by putting this prologue in. Okay. So it was a prologue for 7 letters and for the general epistles. And so he said, hey, unfaithful scribes are doing this. So what happens in the Latin is now we look back retroactively and we see that there in 95% of the Latin, we have the comma. And so that's great. And so I would attribute that to Jerome saying this. Okay. Now, what happened in the Greek world? Well, the Greeks, that they had a rough time. They didn't even think the book of Revelation was written by John. They struggled with that book. Some people didn't, but the vast majority did. And also, when you look at the manuscript evidence, this has fallen out. And so we, at the moment, I'm running a 1 John 5:7 conference on September the 10th and 11th. We've got 9 speakers, and I'm going to show you some of the little pictures I've put up of some of those preachers. I've just been going through and making little thumbnails and things like that because we want to sort of advertise this and make this quite a polished event, as much as we can, doing Rinky Dink style sort of videos. But yeah, so what we're looking at today is Codex Fuldensis and Jerome's Prologue. So what Codex Fuldensis is, so in the Reformation, they didn't question whether it was Jerome or not. They were like, this is Jerome. So after the Reformation period, after the King James, after a lot of stuff has been settled for the Protestants, well, the Catholics aren't really happy with that. So Richard Simon, who's sort of like the main guy of modern text criticism, he's the root of a lot of ideas that come into modern text criticism. He places a lot of doubt on the comma. Now, what's happened is people have started to say, well, Jerome's preface is a forgery. Someone else wrote it. And what happens is they start to realize that at the time, these people who are making these claims, sort of like after the King James era, right up until like Westcott and Hort times, these people are basically saying that the oldest manuscript that we have is like 9th century of Jerome's preface. And so he obviously didn't write it. And so this comes with a whole list of fables that are dragged along with that false information. So you have a 9th century document, and people are saying, well, the Latin is so much different from, when you read the preface, it's obviously not Jerome, this type of thing. And so that's actually the main thing, is people say, well, there's a difference in writing. But then Codex Fuldensis, which I'm pretty sure was already well known, but they just hadn't examined it as thoroughly as they should have. And that was dated to exactly 546 AD. So it's not 9th century anymore. We're looking at, hey, it's only like 120 years after Jerome. This is not that far away from Jerome. So all those theories that were made up about, it couldn't be his type of Latin, the type of Latin used in that era it was never used. And so these things already had started to be examined before the Codex Fuldensis date of 546 was made. And some people have made really good cases showing, hey, the Latin is from Jerome's era and all this sort of stuff. But a lot of people wouldn't listen to it because it's like, well, it's an old manuscript. It's a forgery. And so this forgery thing is just made up, and it's based upon false information, I should really say, rather than just it's made up. So it's based upon information that they had a 9th century manuscript, but now we have better, we have a better document. We have Codex Fuldensis. 546 is the date. Okay, so when you look at this, it says unfaithful translators were taking out the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit, and only putting in the Spirit, the water, and the blood. Exactly the issue that we're seeing today. And so in 546, this was known, okay, and written down. And this is huge evidence for Jerome's preface being genuine, okay. And so that's why scholars were saying that this was a forgery for hundreds of years. So what's happened is, I think it was 1868 or something like that. They re-examined Codex Fuldensis and went, oh, hang on. No, this is dated to 546, genuinely dated. It's a Latin document dated to then. It has this preface in it that says unfaithful scribes are taking this out. And so what happened during that era, a lot of people studied Codex Fuldensis, and really that should have put that whole concept of it being pseudo-Jerome to rest. But, we know what it's like in the academy. We know what it's like for people who dislike the Textus Receptus and the King James and other things involved with that. They don't want the pesky facts to get in the way of a good story. So we've got a really good story here that it's a fake. And so let's just keep going with it, even though we've found information. Like usually when you give a new information, you should change your mind. You should reevaluate, or else you're practicing cognitive dissonance. You're just still going with an old paradigm. And what's happened is this date has gone from 9th century right down to 546, really close to Jerome, but people are still saying the same tired old arguments, that it's not the Latin that was used in Jerome's era. And they're actually going back and quoting people who were before the rediscovery of Codex Fuldensis. And so they're actually going on old information. And so this is quite amazing because I would say that this is probably happening on purpose. Not everyone who's parroting this would be doing this out of nefariousness. Like say, for example, Turin Fan, when he did his video about 5 months ago on this issue, probably 6 months ago. I think it was in November last year. And we had a bit of a back and forward few videos on this issue. And he sort of said the same things that were getting said before Fuldensis was reevaluated. And I sort of pointed a few of those things out, but I re-listened to his video lately, and I'm determined to just go through everything on Jerome's preface. And I'm realizing that pretty much everything that he said has been completely debunked. And I don't think he's got nefarious reasons to do that. I know Turin Fan, we've debated, I chat with him quite a lot. And so usually if he's shown information, now obviously, say Revelation 16:5 and a few other things, he's like, no, I'm not on board with that. And he's got his own ideas. And sometimes I think he is biased. But when it comes to these type of things, I think, he's genuinely gone, okay, I'm going to study this, and gone down that route. And it's just led him into that period of time when there was a lot of ignorance about this and people were just making all sorts of weird claims about it. But now that it's not, you shouldn't be doing that anymore, is what I'm trying to say. There is more information, and people need to scrap the whole concept of Jerome's preface being a forgery. It's like there's so much evidence for it being genuine that it seems silly to go into these redundant arguments. I guess it's almost like imagine, I'm just thinking, on the spot here. This is nothing I've thought about before, but imagine, like someone like everyone's talking about Michael Jackson because of the movie that's come out. Now imagine if Michael Jackson faked his death, okay, and all the theories about his death and who killed him and all the rest of it. It's like if Michael Jackson just turned up tomorrow and said, "Hey guys, I'm still alive. I just got tired of the court cases and all the rest of it. I just wanted to disappear for a while, but I'm back." That new information would override all the conspiracies and stuff that would have, said that he was murdered and all the rest of it, and his doctor was involved and his family may be involved. Whatever theories out there, I don't even really know much about it. But new information should cause you to reevaluate things. And unfortunately, people are going back to old information, redundant information, stuff that's been debunked. And so this is what the Academy is doing. And unfortunately, because a lot of people are no longer focusing on 1 John 5:7 and how it is genuine, this type of material is just not even looked at. People just overlook this and they just move on, and they're interested in Codex Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. So a lot of the scholarly field, you won't basically get a job anywhere if you're a TR person, a King James guy, in the Academy. You will just be on the outer. So you have to sort of adopt, at least the majority text. You can't be King Jamesy, but you will follow the critical text and all the methodology that goes behind that. So that would include rejection of the comma. So scholars just aren't looking into that much anymore and looking at these concepts. So I think, apart from, there's been certain themes that I've sort of wandered into in life, the whole Easter thing being, genuine, a genuine reading in the King James that they put in by design to speak about the celebration that the Christians were having rather than the Old Testament Passover. They're both Pascha, but one is Easter and one is Passover. English has 2 words for that. And so that type of thing is something I stumbled into with the writings of Scott Jones. Will Kinney was also talking about that back in 2005. And that's been something that I've really enjoyed being part of and talking about. And it's been like a discovery almost. And I've pushed that quite a lot. When it comes to Revelation 16:5, obviously I pioneered a lot of stuff there. But kudos to Stephen Avery for doing a lot of homework on the Pure Bible Forum on this issue, because this is guiding me to realize that Jerome's preface is the arrow that is stabbing the Achilles heel. It is just absolutely destroying the concept that the comma didn't exist in the ancient world. And also that there are other things that are destroying the concept that the comma is not genuine. And we're going to look into that. And this is just the introduction. Then I'm going to talk about my interactions with Mike Holner and Mike Ferrando. And I sort of mentioned some stuff in yesterday's video, and I was sharing that with Mike. And so I sort of want to talk about what's been said there. But the examination of the 500 Greek manuscripts that have been said for years and years, well, we've got 500 manuscripts and the comma's only in, 4 of them, and another 4 have it in the margin there, and another few do, but they got, verse 7. So it's obviously after the era of printing, this type of thing. So there's like 10 manuscripts that have it, but some of them are a little bit suspect. And but then we're sort of given this story that we've got all these early manuscripts that don't have it, but really these are being examined. And so I'll just show you the work that we're doing here. And so I just want to let you know from the outset that Mike Ferrando and Mike Holner are doing this work, okay? If you want to support these guys, help these guys, if you are an academic, if you can do any type of translation work, if you know Greek well, contact these guys. If you want to help these guys, I would just say, hey, these guys are on the cutting edge of common material. And what we're going to see, and this isn't a prophecy, this isn't a Nostra sayers, whatever, Nostradamus via prediction. This is just my own intuition, because I've seen like things like Easter become, most people are not worried about it, pagan Easter nowadays, unless they just haven't been keeping their finger on the pulse. Revelation 16:5, a lot of people have come around to, like, yeah, it's got the name of Jehovah in there. That makes sense. The past, present, future. That's the etymology of Jehovah. Da da da. This issue of 1 John 5:7, we're going to clean that up. I can see this happening. I've been in this situation before on, probably about 6 or 7 other topics, and we've seen the tide turn where people don't even bother talking about this stuff anymore, because they're just completely, they've been defeated. The Granville Sharp issue, that was when I went on Truth is Christ channel, that was completely and utterly destroyed. Like, I would be embarrassed if I was, James White or Wes Huff, or we went through their material and we just exposed them. That they don't really know that much about what they're talking about. They didn't even read Granville Sharp's own material, really. And so what we're going to see is 1 John 5:7 is going to be completely vindicated. We're going to see that. And so as we're building up to this conference, like, we already have so much information that vindicates 1 John 5:7, that it's just a matter of putting it on a silver platter. Like, we've already got all the goods there. It's not really even new information. It's just getting rid of the fog of misinformation. A lot like this whole Codex Fuldensis, that should have just been, case closed. It's Jerome's preface. It's genuine. But instead, it's like, oh no, let's just let that silly story just continue, that it's not Jerome. So I'm going to jump onto, where am I going? I'm actually really excited about this because this is the most controversial verse in the whole entire Bible, in the whole history of Christianity. Okay. And it has to do with the Trinity. Okay. And I thoroughly believe that. Now, I know some people are saying, it's to do with Sabellianism, modalism, lots of other reasons why this could have been taken out. And, we're looking at all that and examining it. But at the end of the day, when I read that, I'm like, oh, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit. And I'm just like, I love that verse. I get a goosebump. I get the feels, you know what I mean? I go, wow, that's a powerful verse. And the more that I look at it and go, that is genuine. That is God saying this. This is like, I can just see the ancient world being saturated with this verse. And so what I'll do, because I'm excited, I've got like 15 things that I want to say. Okay, so I did a bit of a blurb about Mike Holner. He has the Bible Believers Open Forum here on his website, kjvdebate.com. Now, I know there's like already 22 comments. I'm just going to drop this into the chat there. So that's Mike Holner's website, kjvdebate.com. And I really want to promote these guys. And if you go to, well, he's got all categories here, and I'm pretty sure he would have, he's got like Erasmus, Lorenzo Valla, and Arianism, and 1 John 5:7, this type of thing. So he's talking about lots and lots of different things. Now, Mike Holner is he works full time, but he sort of preaches. He used to preach full time, and then he started working part time, and now he's working full time and wants to get back into preaching and stuff, and also having time to do this type of ministry where he is going through material, writing stuff about defense of the Textus Receptus, and Mike Holner and Mike Ferranda are guys who, if you really want to support someone, I would just say, hey, these guys are on the cutting edge of the Communianium material. And so these are the guys who debated James Snap. So it was 2 against 1, but James Snap wanted it that way. And they gave so much information that I think that was the real foot in the door. We've basically we've put our foot in the door there. I've been going over this stuff, just sort of repeating what these guys have said. And it's like it's sparked lots and lots of interest. And so what we have is the Berg Snap list of 500. Okay, so let me just give you a little bit of a historical background on the 500 list. So the 500 list is, if you go to James Snap, if you go to type in James Snap 500 Greek and 1 John 5:7. Here we go. 1 John 5:7 and Greek manuscripts. You will see this type of list. So he's got manuscripts produced before the 700s, 700s to 800s, 900s, 1000s, and he goes through it. And in the debate, he was just reading these numbers out, going 01, 03, 02, 048, 0, and Mike Holland and Mike Ferrando were like, have you ever really examined all these yourself, James? He's like, no, I've got a life, sort of thing. And so what we're seeing with this, now I'll put this into the chat there, is so basically what's happened is Mike Ferranda and Mike Holner have turned around and said, well, we're going to examine these 500. We'll go from the oldest and we'll just work our way back through. And now I really want to go to, I'm just going to go KJV debate. Here we go. Maybe PDF. Yeah, here we go. I'll put this link in there as well, because I know some of you guys are just loving this whole concept of 1 John 5:7 being defended. So we see here Mike's free PDFs. So these guys are doing all this for free. They're putting it out there. They're not greedy. These are guys who are good, faithful men of God. They're orthodox. They're not weirdos, and they are doing very good academic work. And so Mike Ferrando worked for the Library of Congress for 30 years. As a researcher and putting material, taking photographs of material and uploading it and telling people what was involved with that. So he's the main driver. Mike Holner is like his wingman, sort of helping him along and popularizing a lot of what's being said here. And some of these articles are just gold. Now, I really want to find, so there's been 2 things written about the 500 manuscripts here. So I just want to show you guys this. So this is part 1. We're looking at GA, 048 and these other ones. And I'll let them load up. It might ruin my bandwidth here for a second, but what we see is these guys have been doing this work way before me. This isn't my idea. I've actually just come along and said, hey, maybe we can get I've got a bit of an audience. We've got 10,000 people on the Textus Receptus Academy. On my other Textus Receptus page, I've got 7,000 people. I've got 8,000 people in a King James group that I run. There's thousands of people who can, even if we got 20 people involved, who have a bit of skill, we can do this type of thing where we can look at all these manuscripts and just nail this issue forever. Let's just do this. And so so what we see here, this is just loaded up. So he's going meticulously through. Now what these guys are doing is way more superior than what I'm doing. Okay. These guys are actually getting professional translators to go through like some of these manuscripts and looking at, say, GA48 and going, oh, hang on, it's so damaged, it's unreadable. You can't tell if the comma's in there or not. And so that's a a huge thing. And what people have done over the years, they've just categorized things and said, well, 1 John 5:7 doesn't appear in this particular manuscript, but 1 John doesn't appear at all. So I guess during the cataloging of things, some people have gone, is 1 John 5:7 in this manuscript? And they're like, no, it doesn't appear in that. So they've basically said, no, it doesn't appear in this manuscript, which has made it, that must have, the water, the blood, and the spirit. But sometimes it doesn't even have 1 John in it. So this has been a huge mix-up as well. And we're sort of exposing that the Academy aren't really into giving the best details to us. Okay, so this is gold. So I want you to tune into this bit and look at the screen if you possibly can, just for this bit. This is what Mike Holner and Mike Ferrando have discovered, and this is their discovery. This isn't mine at all. This is their hard work. They've paid out of their own pocket to do this transcription of all these manuscripts. Greek manuscripts for 1 John 5:7 to 8 that are extant today. First century, there's none. Okay. Second century, there is none. Third century, none. Fourth century, guess who arrived? Sinaiticus and Vaticanus, 2 manuscripts that you could go the Dean Burgon route and just say, well, they've been examined and they're hopelessly corrupt, and they disagree with each other so bad. One's Danny DeVito and one's Arnold Schwarzenegger. They're not twins, but they come from the same era, and apparently they're the oldest and the best. Or, you could go the other route and say, well, I don't think they're that old. Some people in the Academy have said, well, maybe they're, Sinaiticus might be 7th, 8th century. They put later dates on these things. Or, some people go the route of, this could possibly be a modern day forgery written by Simonides. Vaticanus, Erasmus said it could be a back translation from a Latin document. He said that in his 1535 5th edition of his Greek text. So that's the 4th century. We're dealing with Vaticanus and Sinaiticus again, But then we look at the 5th century, and it's like, okay, Codex Alexandrinus. Okay, that was given as a gift to King James, and they examined that in Walton's Polyglot. But then when we look at GA048, it is so damaged you can't read it. So that can't be a witness anymore. Okay. 6th century, we got this GA296. It's so damaged that it's unreadable again. Then 7th century, none. 8th century, none. And so what we're looking at here from so list by century, 8th to 9th century, we got 1, GA44. And then 9th century, we start to see, these things getting pumped out. And obviously, if anything got into the Byzantine slipstream, it got sort of rubber stamped because they had scriptoriums. They were like, let's pump these things out. It's almost like printing, sort of thing. And if you had a printer error in it, or if you had a variant in these documents, they spread out. And that's why the Textus Receptus doesn't just go with the majority. The Textus Receptus, most of the time, is based on a majority, but that's not the criteria for the genuineness of a text. The genuineness of a text, you also look at Latin, because Greek, yes, it was very popular in the early church, but then it became quite small and used in a particular region, and Latin took over. And so it's like English is today. Just because something is written in English doesn't mean it's of lesser quality, or it's not saying the same thing, or scholars haven't really examined it. Also, Greek scholars were writing in Latin. And so that sort of changes everything. There wasn't a great wall of China between the Greek world and the Latin world. A lot of the time there was intermingling, but a lot of people, like even in the Reformation period, you'll get German people writing in Latin. You'll get English people writing in Latin. That was the same for like 1,000 years. Everyone just used Latin. And so why would we throw out 95% of Latin documents that have the comma? Why are we just not looking at that when it was all over the world, these Latin documents? But we're just looking at the Greek here. So we see 10th century, there's 29, and then 82. And we're examining through all these things. So total of manuscripts, 550. And it says 78% of the 550 manuscripts are 12th century or older. Okay. So, but when we look at what would be considered worth looking at by the Academy, we see basically it's three manuscripts: Sinaiticus, Vaticanus, and Alexandrinus. Okay. The other ones are so damaged you can't. So once you get to like 8th century, if you go back, we're just dealing with Vaticanus and Sinaiticus again, and Alexandrinus, 5th century. So you've got three manuscripts. So it's not a huge amount of information. So that's why we should really look at early church writings. We should really look at a lot of the Latin. I mean, you think it's like, well, Alexandrinus, that doesn't have the comma. Here we have Jerome in 400 saying unfaithful translators are omitting this verse. That is huge information. That shows us the world that he was living in. People were omitting that verse. They hated that verse. And even today, when we look at it, Jehovah's Witnesses love the fact that that verse is taken out. Muslims love the fact that that verse is taken out. Unitarians love the fact that verse is taken out. George Van Smith, who worked with Westcott and Hort, he loved it. He was saying, that's great. Let's get rid of this verse. Liberals hate that verse. And so it's quite amazing that all these people are just gleeful that that verse is taken out. But what are they basing it on? Is it because Vaticanus and Sinaiticus that weren't copied? They weren't copied. They weren't translated. They weren't really used. Even if they are that old, like, you know, Burgon said, well, they're that old. But he said they're just hopelessly corrupted. And he didn't really like Alexandrinus either. But we're looking at basically three manuscripts. And I'm sus on two of them. I think Erasmus, you know, he said Vaticanus could be a back translation of a Latin document. I think the whole thing was Sinaiticus. We really need to date Sinaiticus with XRF technology or chemically test this to find out the age, or else it's just guesswork. The Museum of the Bible, the Dead Sea Scrolls that they bought a small portion of Dead Sea Scrolls, and they were fakes. They were proven to be forgeries in 2020. How do we know Sinaiticus isn't just a forgery? We know that there's been so many attacks on Christianity. We should be dating this. We should be dating these. And then, you know, imagine if we dated Sinaiticus and it was proven to be like 9th century or, you know, 1840 or, you know, just not this early. Then we've basically got just one manuscript. And we should really date that as well. For the 5th century, for the first for the first 8 centuries, there's just nothing about the comma. So isn't that incredible? This is the type of work that Mike Ferrando and Mike Holner are doing. Okay. So you know, I'm just opening up the PDFs that are available in that link that I threw up there. But you know, quite amazing, lots and lots of information. And I think what I'm going to have to do is read through this information. I mean, this is sitting there. I know a lot of people don't like to read long-winded academic documents, but we really need to go through this stuff. And I guess as we're heading into the Johannine conference, I really need to take a bit more time and do more videos on the comma, because there is so much more information. I'm going to shut those down. As I said, that these are available here on the kjvdebate.com PDF link, and I'll just throw it in there again if you missed it. Download these, have a look at them. New find, Johannine in a Hebrew manuscript. Yeah, but lots and lots of very interesting information. Okay, and even just listening to this information by Mike Ferrando, you can listen to this. I've interviewed Mike Ferrando and Mike Holner. I've gone through their debate with James Snap. I've done, I think, 9 videos on that. And also Mike Ferrando recently went on Praise I Am show. And if you type in Mike Ferrando 1 John 5:7 into YouTube, you will get there. You'll get some of his material. And so it's just gold. And so, yeah, here's this huge list, but a lot of these are just kind of redundant. You know, that it's not as early as it seems. They try and make out that, oh, we've just got all these manuscripts from the early Christian world, and you know, we can see that the comma was in all of those. But really, what we see is it's gotten to the Byzantine era, and this, if it's an error, which I believe it is, it's just been rubber stamped. And other Greek churchmen have pointed out the grammatical issues, and also the fact that, you know, Cyprian quotes it, but this prologue issue is something that I'm going to fully just nail home. Okay, so I'll quickly go through what me and Mike Holmer have been talking about. So I've sort of advertised their stuff now. So I've come along, seen the work that these guys are doing, and I'm like, what we can do, because I've got the conference coming up on September the 10th and September the 11th with 9 speakers. Now, some of you guys don't know what I'm talking about. I'm going to show you who these 9 speakers are. And I made nice little pictures of them. Now, I have invited Brian Ross. He is running his own conference around about that time on Tyndale, so he mightn't be able to join us. And so I was sort of saying, hey, we got Brian Ross on board, but we mightn't have. And, you know, I don't want to pressure him into doing anything. It's free world, you know. And Will Kinney said, look, I think you got enough guys there. I don't think I'll really be able to add anything new to the contribute anything new to the conversation. And so I was like, cool. I asked Chris Yetzia, and he sort of said no as well. And that's fine. You know, some people are busy. They've got all other things happening in their life. Now, I'm just going to open up. Okay, I have to save that first. My computer's freezing a tiny bit because, you know, when you get excited and you click 50 things and something doesn't work. But who do we have coming to this conference now? Maybe I can show you a picture of this conference that's coming up. No, I don't have any of that information. I can't show you any of that. And it doesn't look like I can even, can I shut that down? Okay, I'll save it. Sorry about this. I won't be a second. Yeah, let's save that. Not on OneDrive. I hate saving things on OneDrive. I always save it on my desktop or on a hard drive. Okay, now I've got to do a Control-Alt-Delete. My computer is going crazy. Okay, here we go. Let's shut Word down. It had a spaz. End task. Okay, that's better. But I'm still got Word there. What's going on? Oh, there we go. Let's reopen Word. Okay. Introduction. Okay, yes, here we go. Now I've put my Word in black mode because it was just so bright. My eyes were getting sore. So these are the guys who we have speaking. Okay, so I better make sure you guys are seeing what I'm seeing. Yes, here we go. So we have Mike Ferrando. He's, you know, the main guy doing all this research, worked at Library of Congress for 30 years, doing all this research. Okay. And we have Mike Holner. Mike Holner is the one I'm about to discuss some of the things that we're talking about with people. Any one of you guys out there can help us with this project, okay, that we're doing, looking at all the manuscripts of 1 John 5:7. Then we have Stephen Avery. So I'm reading through his material today about the prologue, about the preface, which has the good information, the good oil that it is Jerome's preface. And we have Jeff Riddle. Jeff Riddle is prolific on writing about materials defending the Textus Receptus, and is a strong advocate for confessional bibliology. And we have Peter Van Cleek Senior. And so Peter Van Cleek Senior has been on my program. He's written a lot of books about the topic of defending the Textus Receptus and knows a lot about the Comma Johannine, the same as Peter Van Cleek Jr., who's coming as well. And he also is prolific in writing about this material. Have invited Brian Ross. Now, just pray for Brian. He might be able to do it. He might not be able to do it. He's got so much study to do that he said he might be too busy. He doesn't want to overwhelm himself, and I can completely understand that. But just pray for him that if he could come on board. Now, he recently talked. If you go to Grace Life Bible Church on YouTube and look at his latest video, he did talk about this issue, 1 John 5:7. I thought it was gold. It just basically related that if this verse is taken out, it opens the door to people in the Enlightenment like Newton saying, well, the verse shouldn't be in there according to our criteria, which has been made by the Catholics, Richard Simon, basically. And then that leads to Bart Ehrman. And it's like, it's just gold. And so anyway, and then I'm speaking as well. So I'm going to be yapping on there. And then we've got Jonathan Sheffield, who has recently debated Bart Ehrman. He's debated him twice, I think, in the last year. So we have some high caliber dudes talking in this conference. And the good thing is we all come from different backgrounds. We all have different experiences, but we are all adamant that 1 John 5:7 is a genuine verse and should remain in our Bibles. And so, I've been making these pictures with AI. Obviously, you can tell they're a little bit AI-ish. And so, I did my own head, because I know some people, if you look at yourself, sometimes you're like, hey, actually, my mouth is not like that, But I tried as hard as I could to get these as accurate as possible. So anyway, they're going to be, I'm going to make sure that these guys approve of these ones. And so anyway, I'm going to shut that down. So that's the conference announcement, I guess. I've already announced it quite a lot, but some people still don't know. And the last thing before I get to our topic is this issue. So I read through this, just some of this yesterday. So this is Mike Holner on May 26th. And so what I said yesterday in my, just before I studied in 2 John, at the first 3 chapters there, I basically said that there are criteria that Mike Holner has and Mike Ferrando, that they are actually going to, professional transcribers who know Greek and Latin, and they're paying people overseas to do this work, and Byzantine experts and all the rest of it. And so they're doing this type of high level examination into these manuscripts, into the text, into the 500 list that we just looked at about 1 John 5:7. And so I've come along and gone, hey, we've got a lot of people. I've got access to lots and lots of people who always talk to me and say, hey, what project could I do, and all the rest of it. And I'm like, well, okay, let's focus on this. We're sort of focused on the coming conference, and maybe what we could do is we could sort of join forces and get these 500 manuscripts sort of collated by the time the conference comes around. And it's a huge task. I think I've done like 2 or 3 manuscripts, and it's taken a long time, and I'm like, man, this is huge. But I'm sort of thinking the more people we can get on board, the better. And so what I've done, or I put it out there, and Chris Yetzer, he put up this Google Doc spreadsheet, and so we've started to go through like 4th century Codex Sinaiticus, Vaticanus, Codex Alexandrinus, but then like GA 48, as we mentioned, it's difficult to read and look at and all the rest of it. And so he's got it written there, all in the brackets, the bits that are all busted up and you can't really read it. And so I've got there that, I think I did that. Yes, I did that one. So that was copy and paste from Mike Ferrando. So I put that written there. But if anyone wants to join this, I'll put the Google Docs link into the chat there. Jump on there and help. So some ways you can help if you can't look at the Greek and decipher it. Well, just put links there. We've got heaps of links, even just a Wikipedia article or anything. Even sometimes, like we've got, links to the Evangelical Textual Criticism blogspot of Tommy Wasserman talking about how he couldn't locate 025, and so it's like, well, does that exist? Or sometimes I guess there's going to be some that we can't find, some we're going to find that are different. And a lot of these actually don't have 1 John at all. They're just the Gospels and Acts or something like that. And so, yeah, jump on board with that. But so just getting back to this issue here. So I've started to do that, and the criteria that Mike Holner has and Mike Ferrando has is a lot stricter than what I've put out there. So I've said sort of a blanket term like, hey, everyone just free for all, just come and join us, and let's just see if they have the comma or not, like sort of like a tick or a cross sort of thing. And if you can, transcribe, if you can translate as well, but these guys are doing high level stuff, and so I guess what Mike Holner's written here had scared some people off, and some people contacted me and said, I shouldn't really get involved because I have to be at that high level or giving paying overseas translators to do this sort of stuff. But what Mike Holner contacted me and said, hey, that's sort of where we're at, but with the project that you're doing, we're in complete support of that as well. So it's sort of like there's two things that are happening. And so we want to fill that Google Docs with all the information, as much information as we possibly can. But also we want to realize that these guys are doing the full proper academic work. We're just little helpers, and we're like guys who are supporting these guys by giving them a cup of coffee or just helping them out. And I would say to you guys too, like if you really want to support these guys are doing all the hard work. I just come on here and yap on. Obviously I'm running my Textus Receptus page, which reminds me, I am trying to mirror this information as well. So if you go to my new Textus Receptus site that took me 60 hours to update the wiki in the last month, if you zoom down on the main page, you'll find 1 John 5:7 there. Lovely page, lots and lots of info. If you go to index of Johannine Comma articles, you can see I've done quite a lot of articles on certain things. Now, my page is always a work in progress. It never stops. So, Codex Fuldensis, I'll probably add a whole bunch of material on there when I get time. But down the bottom of this page, we have the Johannine Comma and Greek manuscripts. And this is sort of mirroring that Google Docs. And so I've got all the numbers there of manuscripts, assigned to the 1100s. I've got it all written there as they appear in the Berg snap list. Okay, so there's just a huge index there, and then this is how we want it to be. So these are claimed to include the comma, minuscule 629, Codex Ottobonianus. The date is around 362 to 363. And this is what it says. Here's a lovely picture of it. So that's sort of like I thought I'd put a first example there of like, okay, that's pretty much what we're trying to do, is if we can't get a picture on there, we can just have a link there. And so these are the ones that are claimed to have the comma in it. Obviously, they're all blank at the moment, except for that one. But these are claimed to exclude the comma. And so we have Codex Sinaiticus, 4th century, disputed, I've written. And then we can go to the links. We can actually go to look at Codex Sinaiticus there. But this is the work that Chris Yates has done, and we've got it written down there. And this is it in the minuscule script. And so we've got Vaticanus there as well, Alexandrinus, and some other ones are done earlier work. And so we want to examine all them. But yeah, so we want to fill this page with all that information. It just goes on and on. So 500 is a lot of manuscripts to look at in such a short time. But, who knows? Maybe we'll get 50 done. We're aiming for the moon, but we might only get halfway there. But there's also the Latin manuscripts. You mightn't be able to read the Greek, but you might be able to decipher the Latin. I haven't put the same structure there, but I've just put a few links there to that can basically talk about these issues. And so I guess what I'll do, I'll go through these comments because I know some of you guys are talking about this now. So one thing that I'll just finish the Mike Holner issue. So it says, ultimately, we understand hardly nobody today is fluent in Greek and knows the languages like the KJV translators did. We still want everyone involved, even though our criteria goes beyond basic Greek learned in seminary school or Bible college. In the end, all we want to do is verify the accuracy of the transcriptions and the translations on this list, especially the work from the critical text camp. But we all have our own gifts and abilities, and collectively, whether fluent in Greek or not, I see this as a great project, and I'm excited to see what we all find. Blessings to you, and may the Lord be with you in this great work. And it says here, with what I said, I am in agreement with Nick Sayers in opening this up to everyone in the church. And even if you cannot meet such a strict criteria, we want you to feel welcome and comfortable to jump aboard. For what you find either way will be of great value. We are just sharing the criteria to let the public know that how we are approaching the project, but that does not mean that you are required to meet the same criteria or cannot get involved. This project is way too big for just a few of us. We need your help on these 500 or so manuscripts. And so there's a screenshot of James Snap's website. So yeah, that's Mike Holner mentioned after I did my video yesterday and talked about this. He mentioned that, yeah, we want everyone involved with that. So so jump on the Google Docs. If you put your name if you just pick a number and go, okay, well that's the one I'm going to look at, you might put your name there. Now you might only find a link to Wikipedia page or something. That's fine. That might save someone 20 minutes looking around, or you might find a picture of the document, put that link there. The only thing I'd say to you is when you want to go enter on Google Docs, you have to press Control, and it will go down the line in the box that you're in the little folder thing that you're in, or else if you press Enter, it'll go down to the next line and the next manuscript. So so I think I've covered everything, and we can get on with our discussion. Now I've gone exactly 1 hour as an introduction. Most people are doing 1 hour videos. It took me 1 hour just to go through the basics of an introduction. So, but let's just jump into these comments before we start. So this might even take a little while in itself. You and Me is in the house. Seems like every time I get on YouTube lately, there's an Ixay's live stream. I am doing quite a few lately, or just actually the same amount, but I think you're tuning in at those times. Brethren Lee says the Trinity is defeated. Not really. I don't think so. That's silly. Why would you say that? Get Gnomed is in the house. Paul Anker. Pastor Brett by Faith is saying, hello, Nick. Paul Anker says, was the comment in the Vulgate? Yes. Well, in this, it is in the preface to 7 general epistles, James, Peter, John, Jude, those ones. And so, Pastor Brett, I was reading a note in an old Bible commentary. Their note concluded that the comma was added. Yes, it has become a popular story that people love to put in margins. The comma was part of the text long before they came along. Yes, absolutely right. And so everyone's saying hello to each other. Pastor Brett says, the critical text people trust a manuscript that was supposed to have been buried in the sand for over 1,800 years. Yeah, a lot of the papyri, have been found at Oxyrhynchus, and we still don't really know what they were or are. A lot of them, like some of them are just as big as a credit card, and it's like, well, that's got the oldest reading and we've dated it to this. Oftentimes the dating method is just looking at the handwriting. It's not so much, it hasn't been XRF tested or chemically tested. We should really test the inks, and that's like a fingerprint. And it's the timestamp as well, because some of the technology, when it comes to ink, you can test it and you can see what era it comes from, because there are other papyri that are genuinely from, first century, second century, third century, and we know that solidly. We can see if they're using the same type of mix of ink. Obviously, they're going to be a little bit different, but like say in the Reformation period, they had vitriol and stuff added to inks, and so you can tell if it's Reformation period. It sort of you can spot forgeries by doing these type of tests. Like archaic mark was chemically tested and found to have Prussian blue ink in it. So the favorite of the Alans, archaic mark, said to be a 13th century Byzantine manuscript and had a lot of Vaticanus readings, was proven to be a fake and based upon a printed Bible that was already printed and already had Vaticanus readings in it. And so they've been duped. If they can get duped, I'm sure that other people can get. If the top of the academy in the critical text academic community can be duped, if the people in the Museum of the Bible guys can be duped, and the Dead Sea Scrolls that they bought are fakes, been proven fakes in 2020, if they can be duped, then surely, we can be duped. Surely anyone can be duped. We should chemically test all this material. So Pastor Brett says, if the comma is not original, the words of God are not pure. We know the words of God are pure. Yes, I believe it is a genuine reading. Ben Yeshurun says, TR was the critical text of the time, using harmonization and other manuscripts, in my opinion. Pastor Brett, by faith, the Latin was a lingua franca. Jerome did his work, and it was the only Bible the known world had access to. Yes, so a lot of people, they didn't really have access to the Greek and couldn't read the Greek, so the Latin was the Bible, for a lot of the Christian world in Europe, So Pastor Brett, by faith, why do critical text scholars ignore the Latin? And it's a very interesting question. And so the Erasmus, Stephanus, and Beza, the King James translators, these guys knew Latin, knew Greek. They understood that Latin was early and an early witness. What we see are letters written to Rome, so they would have been instantly translated into Latin so that the locals could read it and hear it. And so we're looking at Romans being about 60 in Latin. And so then they would have said, oh, we want the other ones too. So the Latin Bible is very early. And so that's why in the closed class of witnesses, we go with the Greek, we go with the Latin, and we go with the early church writers and what they say about these things and what they quote and what they don't quote. And so the Greek is primarily the main source, because obviously they wrote in Greek in the New Testament. But the Latin is early. So the Latin polishes the Greek. So if we see a reading in Latin that's early, we're like, well, if it's because we understand the Greeks, they have the Septuagint as their Old Testament, lots of changes, lots of misinformation, lots of deletions and additions and strange things. So we don't just grab their Greek text and go, oh, well, that's it, And they also have, apocryphal things and, strange readings added. So we look at their New Testament and what they did. We don't just grab it like the Byzantine priority guys. The Textus Receptus was grabbing that and using proper text critical methodology to work out what has crept in and what has been omitted as well. And so that's the work that Erasmus, Stephanus, and Beza were doing. So we look inside the closed class of witnesses. The Greek is primary. Latin is secondary, but the Greek corrects the Latin, but the Latin polishes the Greek. But then we see everything is guided by the early church writers. Then we can look outside of the closed class of witnesses. We can look at Syriac, Ethiopic, Arabic. We can look at a whole bunch of other translations, and there's lots. Armenian, a whole bunch of other things, but they're outside of the closed class of witnesses. but they are still interesting and valuable. Like Beza, he said that the Syriac is very close to the original. And so he knew, because he was doing Bible projects with Tremelius, who did the Syriac Bible, fluent in Hebrew, fluent in Syriac, and him and Eunice, they did, he was an expert in the Arabic. So those three guys, Theodore Beza, Tremelius, and Eunice, they did the Latin Bible of the Reformation period. And that was sort of like the King James high standard Latin Bible. And that lasted for like 300 years, up until the time of Westcott and Hort, when they're like, oh, that's rubbish, throw it in the bin. We've got a new ShamWow one. And they got rid of that Latin Bible. So yeah, the Latin is just ignored today and seen as Roman Catholic and evil, instead of like, no, it's good. The Latin's fine. Just because Roman Catholics use something. I mean, they believe in the Trinity. Does that make the Trinity evil? You know. You and Me says, Ben Yeshiran, that's a false equivalence, because Erasmus, Beza, etc. were operating on a pious pre-Enlightenment, pre-German rationalism basis. Pastor Brett says, I have a Greek-Latin parallel Bible. Okay. And the Latin has the comma. Very interesting. And most of those Reformation period Bibles were diglots. They had Greek, they had Latin, which is interesting. So that when you look through Erasmus's specifically and Beza's, it's usually Greek on one side, Latin on the other. And then they compare it with Vulgate. It's very, very interesting scholarship there. Holy Stringard says, have you heard of the work of Michael Maynard? He did an extensive defense before his death, the historical defense of 1 John 5:7-8, the unjustly exscinded text of the three divine witnesses. Yes, I have Michael Maynard's material. What's interesting is Stephen Avery, going through his material today, he actually was given Michael Maynard's laptop, which is interesting. So before he died. So that, I guess, that banner has been handed to these scholars. Stephen Avery, someone like Mike Ferrando, he's gone through a lot of material. Michael Maynard would be referenced there. And so, yes, a lot of stuff that he's written about. Like I remember going through the list through the centuries of Michael Maynard's material, and I was like, I don't know about half of this stuff. And so I just started copying the headings over onto my website and slowly going through and double checking things. And I was like, man, there's so much information about the comma that people are unaware of. And Michael Maynard, he oftentimes would talk for the Dean Burgon Society, the one run by D.A. Waite. It's run by Kirk DeVitro nowadays, since D.A. Waite's passed away. And that is Mike Holner's website. I would encourage people to jump on there. And if they can support him, I'm just going to quickly check and see if there is a support link there, because I do really like the work that these guys are doing. And so let's look on the website. It has, yes, give. So I'm going to just throw that in there. Because some people, they're generous people and they want to give, but they don't know who to support. So I would say definitely Mike Holner is one of those guys who you would want to support. And he does a lot of stuff, a lot of research. He's just flat out. He's just a busy guy. And so, and he also runs a YouTube. I'll quickly just jump on that. And I won't be 1 second. So I'll type in Mike Ferrando, actually. Mike Ferrando, 1 John 5:7, and it should come up to Mike Holner's YouTube. Yes, here we are, Right the Vision Ministry. So I'll throw that in there. Now, at the moment, he has 572 subscribers. I would just recommend that people just subscribe to that. There is a ton of really good information there. Holy Stringard says, I was only able to get the rough draft copy. There is a more extensive, fuller copy of Maynard's work. Okay, I'm not sure if I have the rough draft either. I'm pretty sure that the Bible for Today, I'm not sure if that's still running. That's D.A. Waite's old material. I know they have a few sites up that are sort of a bit shaky, a bit weird, half done at the moment. But yeah, Bible for Today, they used to sell Maynard's book. I'm pretty sure. If you contacted someone like Phil Stringer or someone from the King James Bible Research Council, they'll probably lead you in the right direction. Pastor Brett says, Novum Testamentum Graecae et Latine. Very interesting. Everyday Man of God Ministries is in the house. Did a 5.5-hour live stream yesterday. If anyone wants to fellowship on Friday nights, American time, go to Everyday Man of God Ministries YouTube and subscribe. After I do my live stream, I usually just tune in and I get mesmerized, and I'm there for an hour or two, and I'm like, this is my day off. I should be running around thinking about other things and doing other things, but I get caught up in it, and I'm listening on my phone as I'm shopping, and there's just a lot of interesting information. And he's going through looking at some of the Westcott and Hort stuff, which is really quite incredible when you think about all the ramifications of what Westcott and Hort has done to damage Christianity. Everyday Man of God Ministries, he is doing a lot of very good work there. Pastor Brett by Faith says the text was done by Kurt Ayland. Okay, very interesting. Very interesting, Pastor Brett. There's another link there. Pastor Brett says 1906 printing. Wow, interesting. Some of these Bibles didn't adopt Westcott and Hort readings until Nestle came along and basically said to the Bible societies, you've got to stop using the Textus Receptus. And you can see, like, because I'm doing the Urdu Bible, I've studied a lot into that. And what happened was, after Westcott and Hort did their text, they contacted lots of people and said, you just have to agree with our text. Now, some Bibles went sort of halfway. Some kept some verses in, but just changed a few other things. But basically, like the Urdu Bible, I think it was in 1913, they adopted the full Westcott and Hort text. So it's been like 100 years they've had a Westcott and Hort style text. Some other Bibles, it took a long time, like the South African Bible, that I think it was in 1952, they still did a TR type of Bible. But then, other people have come along later and done things. And so a lot of the work with the Bible societies was actually undone by the work of Westcott and Hort and Nestle. And so, 1906 might still be like a Beezer type of based text. Get Gnomed says free PDF of Michael Maynard's book is available on Internet Archive. Okay, very good. It's good to know. If you just go to archive.org, type that in, you should get there. So Holy Stream is just loving that info. Tribe with Fire says, great fellowship last night, brother. Yes, I would encourage people to jump on there. Candlestick says they are Catholic twins. I might miss the context there, but yes, there's definitely a lot of Roman Catholicism involved with textual criticism. Everyday Man of God Ministry says, I did not expect it to go as long as it did, but it was worth it. Yeah, I actually, I left and went to watch a street parade in a different town and came back and you were still alive. And I was like, man, you've gone for 5.5 hours. And I was sort of joking and said he's live streaming his way to the top. Like, we've got this rivalry now. Like, he's Coke and I'm Pepsi, and we're like trying to get the longest live streams. You and Me says, I saw something. I saw somewhere that the Nestle Aland UBS is revamping their manuscript classification system. Yeah, there's a guy, Paulson, I think his name is. He's doing quite a lot of work and posting it on Facebook and a few other places. And so very interesting what they're doing. And, sometimes their information is the only place where we can go and look at manuscripts, or the CSNTM. And so Tribe with Fire says, that wouldn't surprise me in the least. The UBS 6 came out last month, I think, and the new NA29 should be out this year. Following Truth LJ is saying shalom all. You and Me says, Tribe with Fire, I'll see if I can find where I was reading that. So hopefully next stream I'll have something more concrete. Yes, and I'm in dark mode. It was just so bright. The word was just so bright. Wayne on Wheels. Hey, everyone. I'm not sure why I haven't been getting notices when Nick goes live. And on Facebook, I do tag like everyone on the Textus Receptus Academy. Now, I know people have contacted me and said it's annoying, okay? And I understand that, but then there's a bunch of other people that say if I don't do that, they don't get notified. And so, and if I actually, there are some videos that I do that are sort of, I know they're going to be a little bit more boring than the average one or whatever. And it's like, well, I don't tag everyone in it. But honestly, when I tag people in the TR Academy, lots of people jump on board, and it's just a better live stream because you've got like 30 people watching instead of like 5. You and me says Nick is pulling out the big guns for this conference. Yes, absolutely. Dwayne Green is in the house. Good to see you, Dwayne. I saw that you were talking about Wes Huff and Father forgive them for they know not what they do. So he's siding with Dan Wallace. I haven't seen your video, but he's siding with Dan Wallace against James White because James White thinks that verse should be deleted. How's that? So it's just, it's so confusing. What verses do we have in? What verses do we have out? So anyway, Dwayne's just done a video on that, so I'll be checking that out probably tomorrow. Paul Anchor says, precisely dating antique documents seems to be impossible, in my honest opinion. It's just a guessing game, in my honest opinion. There is no scientific methods that don't require factoring in some unprovable assumptions. Yeah, I think we can sort of get in a range because there are certain technological advances in inks and things like that that we can look at. So I guess we can narrow down the time. And so I think it's a good place to start. I guess it's like DNA and fingerprinting. You can make mistakes with those as well, but it is way better to do all that. But yeah, a lot of the manuscripts it's just speculation. It's like, well, we've got this manuscript and it's this old, and how do you disprove that? The Academy, the consensus agrees. Bart Ehrman and the boys are like, well, it's that old, and so we have to agree. And there's not much you can do about it. Someone 100 years ago said it was that old, and so there you go. Get Gnomed is in the house. Nick says, Revolution, could the spreadsheet of the 500 be linked somewhere? Yeah, that's a good idea. So maybe I can link that on my Textus Receptus. Maybe what I should do is on the front page of my Textus Receptus, I could put a link maybe at the top of the page and say up until the conference. Maybe I can announce the conference and put a bunch of stuff there. That's a good idea. Yeah, so I might do that. That way you can just go to textus-receptus.com and we'll be there. Dwayne Green says, missed you at my live stream yesterday, Get Gnomed. Wayne and Wheels, yes, this conference is going to be good. It will make a new believer out of you, Dwayne, laughing out loud, joking. Dwayne says, maybe not, laughing out loud. I'm interested to see what Ferrando has found in his manuscript tabulations. Wayne and Wheels says, one thing is for sure, brother, when we stand together with our Lord and Savior, we have all of forever to find out for sure. Get Gnomed is saying apologies for missing the live stream. And Dwayne says, no worries, you don't owe me anything. Okay, I'm just going to have a sip of my water with Barocca in it, and I'll mute myself for a second. Dwayne Green says, Nick Sayers, do you have any resources that have compare how often the NA text sides with Aleph and B when they agree? Not really. Probably one of the better books that you can get online, or it's sort of a summary. It's not completely thorough, but it's got some very good research in it. Is if you just type in it's basically Scott Jones's book. Scott, if you type in Scott Jones, or I'll do it, and we'll just see what comes up. Scott Jones magic evolutionism, and maybe Bible. And here we go. Yes, The Magic of Evolutionism and Modern Bibles book. So you can get it on Kindle for like $6. And so it's worth getting. It's only like 111 pages, so it's not huge, but it's detailed, and in it has a lot of really good examples. The sort of stuff that you're doing, going through some of these, like he'll just go through like Vaticanus and Sinaiticus and show that they don't really even have correct geography, that they have to sort of borrow all that sort of stuff from the Byzantine text, and basically proving that the people who wrote these didn't really know about Middle Eastern geography, and just something like that is huge, So, and just showing that sometimes it'll go with Vaticanus, sometimes it'll go with Sinaiticus, just depending on how they feel, And so that's quite amazing. So I might just shut my Facebook off there. So I've just got that happening. Now that's where we were. Gekonome says, is there any way to supply images for each of these manuscripts of 1 John 5? I guess my email is ausclix, AUSCLIX @gmail. That is on the top of my Textus Receptus website as well. And if you go there and you can send stuff to me, and I can upload them onto my platform. I'm not sure about Google Docs because they might be huge and it might just take up the whole page. I'm not sure about that, but maybe even just links to where you found those. And sometimes too, I will put a link, but also put in like if it's verso or recto, 107 or whatever, just so people don't have to go through and spend half an hour finding exactly where it is. But yeah, definitely if we can take screenshots, and I'll put that information on my website, that'd be cool. You and Me says, I was watching a presentation on how difficult it is to actually get access to many of these manuscripts, even in digital form. Okay. Yeah, and that is a problem. So I guess, we're just going to have to go with what we do have access to. Gunstar168 says, 1 John 5:9 can only be understood with the Johannine Comma intact. Yes, the witness of God is greater. Very interesting verse. And that's the name of Mike Ferrando's book. Gekonome says, Nick says, Revolution, I could supply images for a lot of these manuscripts, but I'm not the best at transcribing it. Well, that's gold. And that's exactly what we're saying. You don't have to be an expert in looking at the Greek and transcribing it. But if you do have these images, if you were to send them to my email, I'll go through them. I'll upload them onto my platform and just give credit at the bottom. This is from the Vatican Library. This is from wherever. That's gold. That sometimes even just doing that can take me ages to do something in Adobe Illustrator, find that information, square it off, and that is gold. And so that's the type of help that we really want, because if we've got a picture of it, you don't have to go and re-find it all again. But then if we've got a picture and a link and a transcription and a bit of commentary about whether it's got it in there or not, or are there any marginal note, like we want to do all of that, but just having a picture is like 50% of the way forward. And so that's awesome. And I appreciate what you sent me in an email the other day with all that other information. I did forward that on to Mike Ferrando, and apparently he said he was going to contact you, because he said, do you know Gekonome? I need his email. And I said, well, he just sent me all this the other day. And so I sent it to him, and he said, okay, I've just contacted him. So it's good to see you guys are networking, because sometimes you see things in a different light than what I do, or Ferrando or Holner. And sometimes too, like Mike Ferrando, his stuff is very academic. Some people have an ability to get high faluting academic material and just put it on a silver platter. Like Mike Holner is very good at this, just sort of serving up Mike Ferrando's work in front of people and going, well, this is what he means. And deciphering all the academic jargon. I'm not saying it's redundant jargon, it's very useful, but it's like some people look at the witness of God is greater and go, information overload sort of thing. But but that's what's needed. That's what's needed for the academy. It's high academic work. So Mike Holner's there, sort of being a filter and filtering it down to the common people like you or me. Holy Stream Guard says the Nestle Alarm United Bible Society critical text is 98%. The Westcott and Hort fake make up Greek text to this day. It allows Aleph 90% while avoiding the verses that make it obvious. It's a horribly contrived fake. Yes, I would say Westcott and Hort text is just a mess. It's a terrible blight upon Christianity that this has become the Bible that people are using. You and Me says the channel is selling Jesus. Title: Who owns manuscripts and critical text? Okay, selling. Yes, I actually did a live stream on that, selling Jesus. Actually, maybe it wasn't critical text, or I think it's done by Adam Boyd. Anyway, I have gone through some of that material. Dwayne Green knows about that. Holy Stream says, if Aleph and B are the oldest and best, why don't they include such verses as were Vaticanus has Christ having the spear thrust in his side before he speaks from the cross? Yes, absolutely. This is something that I've pointed out, that if you want to follow Vaticanus, why not follow the whole document, where Jesus, he gets stabbed in the side, but that's what kills him, and because it's just so strange. Right? He dies on the cross and by getting stabbed. So imagine just having like a bit of a Roman soldier, instead of wearing a cross or having a cross, but also having dangling next to it like a spear, Roman spear. It's like, well, Jesus got stabbed to death. And like, that's what Vaticanus teaches. It's weird. Dwayne Green says, there's lots of questions surrounding the dating of papyri manuscripts. Always take papyri dates with a grain of salt. Someone named Brent Nombry has written about papyrus dating. I'll have to read his book at some point. Yeah, I've heard that he is very good. I went through some of Brent's material on the Nomina Sacra when I was doing the Revelation 16:5 material. You and Me says, as well as papyri evidence, that is, who owned and made them. Yes, very interesting. And the thing is, Brent and is it Brent and Youngfell or something like that? I get these guys' names mixed up, but these guys went out and found like the Oxyrhynchus type of find. They went and found like a page of Matthew 1 just in the sand sort of thing, and they went especially to Egypt to find this type of material. And the first day they found it, and it's like, I don't know. I'm like my mind's just going, like if I went to China to just find gold and then I go to China and it's like, hey, I just turned up and here's a chunk of gold. It's like, I don't know about that. I'm just sus that when people have these adventures like Tischendorf, I'm going to go and find the oldest manuscript. And then he goes and finds it. It's like, man, you're not the only one doing this. And you just so happened to find this, and on the way you went to the Vatican, of course, and met with the Pope. But these stories are pretty wild, and we need to get into a lot of this stuff more and more. Gekonome says Nombry could be right on the later dates of P75 and P66, but I don't really buy the case for a later date of P52. Okay. Dwayne Green says either way, the papyri represent a very localized text. Holy Stream says, beware about papyrus. Many of the so-called Dead Sea Scrolls are merely categorized as such. They are not found in the Dead Sea caves. Okay, very interesting. Dwayne Green says, they generally come from 2 locations in Egypt. Holy Stream says, not everyone understands ancient manuscripts, but anyone can understand. No one should be looking for the word of the living God in a dead anything. It's a really good point. The church has the words of God. Praise God, Maynard's work is still being carried forward. You and Me says, I was on the Dean Burgon Society website the other day. It looked like the domain was sold as it was filled with spam articles. Yeah, it seems like that. It's a bit of a shame that, even just someone involved, like Dean Burgon's son. But the thing is, Dean Burgon was like 95 when he passed away. His son is like 70. So he's aged too. And it's like, so I guess you're leaving it to the grandkids, and who knows if they're even saved or whatever, who knows? Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to interview, what was interesting, I interviewed Phil Stringer, who was part of that group. I interviewed Kirk DeVitro, who was the leader of that group. And in between those two, D.A. Waite passed away. And it was like 2 weeks apart, and D.A. Waite passed away. I was like, oh, that's heavy. And then, but what I've noticed is Kirk DeVitro was a speaker at the King James Bible Research Council, which seems to be a carry-on from the Dean Burgon Society. It does seem to be that way. Wayne Wills says, is it morning where you are, Nick? Yes, it's just 9:30 in the morning here in Australia. The Catholic Twins comment was about Sinaiticus and Vaticanus. Yes, because he made the Twins movie. Yes, that's a very good point. Everyday Man of God Ministry says, I appreciate your kind words. You're still the man. I don't know. You're doing like 5.5 hour live streams. Greg Paulson, yes, he's the guy doing a lot of information. And you know what you can do now is you can look up every edition of the Nestle Alarm. If you go to the INTF page and you type in just N in the search, it'll have Nestle Alarm 1, 2, 3, all the way down to like 26th edition. So we can compare all their editions, which is really amazing information. So NA29 will incorporate the changes made by the ECM. Yes. Amicus says, Lord bless Nick. Yes, Amicus was in the chat yesterday. Yes, in Everyday Man of God Ministries feed or live there, chatting away. Dwayne Green says, Bart Ehrman thinks that Luke 23:34 should be scripture. Wow, that's amazing. I guess it's James White, and Jonathan Sheffield made videos about this like years ago, with that, like James White was haunted by this verse, by the ghost of Metzger or something. He made some classic videos back in the day. Dwayne Green is like, no. Oh, Dwayne, have you seen Raymond E. Brown's defense for it? No. Wes actually did an exceptional job on its defense. Okay, that's good. Maybe we can look more into that. Econome says, I actually thought from skimming the paper, Wes was for inauthenticity. Good to know he supports its authenticity. Okay. And Dwayne is loving that. Holy Stream says, I started my own channel to bridge the gap for the average person who will never learn Hebrew or Greek because of James White clone pastor who tried to intimidate me and kept referring to 1 John 5:7. Okay. Interesting. Throw your link in there, Holy Stream, if you want. We can check it out. Jimmy Coates says, someone on Everyday Man of God Ministries live stream mentioned that Mark Ward might be deconstructing biblical term apostasy. Is that true? Does anyone have any info on that? I'm not sure. I mean, when I went through his latest, not his latest video, but in the last month, he's one about Bart Ehrman. He was sort of like, Bart Ehrman is sort of like a thing that I don't try and think about, sort of thing. And I was like, man, he's not that scary. If you're on the TR side, you just look at Bart Ehrman, he's just saying usual academy stuff, but then saying, don't believe the Bible, it's dumb. And then just throwing in a whole bunch of, historical Jesus rubbish in there. It's pretty easy to debunk Ehrman. Like, his stuff's not like, oh, he's gotcha, But if you're on the critical text side, it would feel like that, because that you have to come to the same type of conclusions on a lot of these verses, and well, this is a contradiction, and we just have to deal with that, and so that's the thing. The critical text causes that type of doubt, and when you burnt every other bridge to any TR position, it's like, well, how do you get out of that? How do you get out of the fact that there's contradictions in the critical text and solecisms and problems? And Dwayne Green says, no, Mark is not deconstructing. That's silly. Okay. You and me says, I suspect that it might be the case based on a video he put out a few weeks ago discussing about Ehrman. Okay, that was what I was talking about. Jimmy Coates says, okay, thanks. That was the first I've heard of that. Grenfell and Hunt. I think I said Frengel and Grunt or something. Slithstexia there, Dwayne. Dwayne said green. Why would that be silly? I know Mark, he's not deconstructing. Yeah, and Dwayne recently did a conference with Mark Ward there. So Shall Stand Forever says, yeah, Dwayne had Mark on his channel. Aren't you all impressed? Laughing out loud. Well, I guess, Dwayne's had me on the channel. He's out, Dwayne is obviously, Byzantine priority, but he hasn't closed the door to possibilities. And just listening to scholarship, and oftentimes you'll hear stuff and he's pushing back. He had Jeff Riddle on the program, so I'm not saying Shall Stand Forever, that there aren't things that I definitely wouldn't agree. I don't agree with Mark Ward on lots of things, but I don't think just having someone on the channel, it means it's a demonizing sort of thing. So, but I disagree with Dwayne on the text issue. I disagree with Mark Ward on the text issue, definitely. And but if Mark Ward wanted to jump on this program, I was inviting him on this program for a long time, but he just wouldn't acknowledge that I existed. I guess because I was doing such a thorough job on going through his videos and showing where he was contradicting himself and showing where he was demonizing people and just being passive aggressive and all this other stuff, that he didn't, I guess, want people who he's influencing to sort of know about me, so and when it finally came time to he was sort of confronted about me, he just said, why does he hate me so much? It was like, that's not the proper answer. It's like, what about what I've been actually saying, not just hatred. So anyway, but what was I going to say with that? Anyway, it'll come back to me. Holy Stream says the fact that Westcott used not only a copy of Sinaiticus written by Tischendorf, but also a copy of Vaticanus written by Jesuit Cardinal Angelo Mai, who sent Tischendorf to find Sinaiticus. Yeah, very good point there. I mean, it's so strange. And that history, we really need to dig out a lot of that history as well, because that is like, it's strange, all those coincidences happening. Dwayne on Wheels, Gnostics, Arians, Jesuits, Catholic Church all hated the Protestant King James Version Bible, yet no proof they ever did anything. Yeah. Dwayne says, in walks Codex Egypt smoking a cigar. Yeah. You and me, says Dwayne. I'm not saying Mark Ward is deconstructing, but saying it silly implies he's not able to fall away from the faith. Okay. And so I'll let them chat about that. So let's get into what we're talking about today. And so I'll just drop that comment back down. I'll have a sip of my drink. Jerome's 5 references to translating full Vulgate New Testament. So one of the accusations is, Jerome never really, he never really wrote the New Testament. He never worked on the New Testament. So that this has become the accusation to basically say, well, it's pseudo Jerome. You see, it's either pseudo Jerome because, someone wrote it and we've only got a 9th century manuscript. Well, that's been completely thrown out of the water. Now we have a 546 document. But then they just say, well, Jerome never wrote the preface anyway. And so most of the overhang of having false information about a 9th century document, it's leaked into scholarship today, and they're just saying, well, it's not the way that he would write, this type of thing. So people just don't want it to be there because it is like a super evidence for the Comma Johannine, that there is so much in this that I haven't even comprehended it. Even with all the work that I'm doing on it at the moment, I just feel there's so much that's just sort of being discovered about this, that it feels like the more that I study this and think about it, the more light is going to be shone on this. And the ramifications of Jerome saying unfaithful scribes or unfaithful translators. So inadvertently, he's saying he's Greek that he has before him has the comma. And so when we've only got really Vaticanus, Sinaiticus, and Alexandrinus as witnesses before 900, having someone in 400 saying that the Greek text has the comma and unfaithful translators are only having the water, the blood, and the spirit there, they're leaving out the Father, the Word, and the Spirit. That is huge. That is like case closed. This is a super evidence. And even if you were to say, well, it's not Jerome, for whatever reason, most of those reasons have been completely debunked already in my first two videos, but we're going to look at more information. Even if the worst case scenario for the TR people, the worst case scenario is someone wrote that in 546. So 120 years after Jerome. But we believe that it is genuinely Jerome. There's no reason to think that it wasn't, because the other prefaces are Jerome. And so, but then it's like, well, he didn't write the New Testament. So Ben and Argyle used, it says, we showed earlier that there is more. Jerome, who writes accurately, confirmed that he revised the entire New Testament. So that is in this thread here. Now I'll just quickly open that. It might go back to what we've looked at. Okay, so Jerome, who writes accurately, affirms he revised the New Testament. So there's quite a lot of information there. So I won't go through everything there because that's a whole page in itself. And this is the thing, the amount of information that Stephen Avery has on his Pure Bible Forum, which I'll throw up here as well. It's very informative. But so he just has that link there. I won't go there because we will rabbit trail forever. Jerome explicitly states that he revised the entire New Testament. And so that is in that page there and that tome to Licinius and EP 11220 to Augustine. Then we added Marcella and the Vulgate Prologue. So sometimes Stephen Avery will put little prompts to keep his thinking on a certain thing, and down the bottom of the page, like, remember to do this and this type of thing. So sometimes we might see where he's going with stuff, but we mightn't understand exactly what's written at the bottom of a page, sort of thing. But most of the time, 99% of the time, it's just written out what's in a PDF or in an old book. Or so we see a response of Albert A. Bell to A.W. Argyle paper. Jerome's role in the translation of the Vulgate New Testament, 1977. Albert A. Bell. A.W. Argyle was recently suggested in this journal, one, that Jerome was probably not solely responsible for the Vulgate translation of the New Testament. He devotes particular attention to the Gospels, which were done first between AD 382 and 384. And so this is interesting. Like, even though this might actually be a contra writing saying it's not genuine, or maybe it's saying it's genuine, I haven't read it yet. But the general consensus is that in 382 to 384, that people who believe that Jerome wrote it, that's when the preface was written. So that's early. Like, we're looking at 20 years after Vaticanus and Sinaiticus are claimed to have been written. And so the Greek manuscripts had it, and unfaithful translators were into the Latin, not translating it properly. They were omitting the Father, the Word, and the Spirit is exactly what's said here. And so this preface has been like a stop sign for this verse being attacked in the Latin, and thankfully in 95% of the Latin, it's been retained. In the Greek, they didn't have someone doing that type of preface and work, and so that got attacked. And so we see it's dropped out of 95% of the material. So it is an a priori improbable, he contends, that Jerome himself accomplished all this work single-handed in so short a time. So that's usually what people say. Well, how could he possibly do this much work? He then amasses, someone like Tyndale, they can do New Testament, first 5 books of Moses, Jonah, but it's like he got murdered, and it's like, well, he would have probably done the whole Old Testament as well. This is possible. Luther does things like that. He then amasses impressive statistics about the frequency with which certain Greek words are rendered by certain Latin ones, and concludes that one translator/reviser favored one set of correspondences, while a second man preferred another set. This approach tends, however, to overlook 2 important human factors: Jerome's enormous capacity for work and his often lamented lack of competent help. In light of such evidence, 2 years spent translating the gospel seems almost a leisurely pace for Jerome, even working alone, as he did for the most part of it. So that's interesting. It seems like he is for Jerome, and saying that it is in 382, 384, that is amazing. So we'll continue on. It says, none of this proves conclusively, of course, that Jerome translated the entire Vulgate New Testament by himself. That would have required diligent labor, but there is every reason to believe that Jerome was capable of it. Statistical word studies, through a valuable aid in determining the likelihood of certain individuals having written a particular piece of literature, are seldom conclusive by themselves. Statistics is no panacea, and the evidence gleaned from such studies is no more potent than that to which scholars have long been accustomed. Most scholars who have employed the method have been cautious in drawing conclusions from their data. J.J. O'Rourke, for example, could find no consistent pattern emerging from his statistics to prove or disprove the Pauline authorship of the letters generally attributed to the apostle. Watt frankly admitted that our new approach to the authenticity of the Leontian writings had produced no final solution. Statistical word studies of a translation are even less conclusive because the translator's choice of vocabulary is dependent on several factors. 1, his familiarity with the nuances of the languages being translated. 2, the breadth of his learning in his own language. 3, the degree of correspondence between the 2 versions. 4, the type of reference work available. 5, the audience for whom the translation is intended. Most importantly, an excessive reliance on statistics ignores the important variables of human personalities and capacities. To return to the case at hand, if Jerome claims to have done all the work on the Vulgate New Testament himself, and if his own testimony and the testimony of those who knew him indicate that he was indeed capable of doing it, such evidence should be given due weight, along with that cited by Argyle. There should be no a priori assumptions about what a dynamic individual like Jerome could or could not have done in a given length of time. And so that's Notes on the New Testament is a footnote there. And just to finish this off, it's noted here by Avery. Bell does a fine job refuting the idea that Jerome did not have enough time, although he gives good resources on the limitations of statistical analysis. However, as to whether there might have been a helper with Jerome on the Gospels, the specific statistical claims are not reviewed. Neither writer really delves into the canonical epistles. So this is just talking about the the New Testament as a whole. But it is interesting to go through that material and see that scholars are divided, and that's an article written in 1977, so it's some interesting points there. And this is one thing that's often leveled at people like Erasmus. Well, Erasmus, he was rushing to print, and he was all over the place, trying very hard to do his New Testament. But what's amazing, if you look at the book list that Erasmus was doing, which you can just find on Wikipedia. I'll just quickly do this. Wikipedia, better spell it right, Pedia. Erasmus works of Erasmus. And you look at these dates, he was writing books around the time that he's supposed to be rushing around like an idiot. Critical text guys are saying, he's so rushed, how could he do anything properly? Now there is a list of books here, or even just the complete works of Jerome in 9 volumes. He did that in 1516, the same year that he published the New Testament. He was just rushing to print. Well, if he was so much rushing to print, how did he do that? How did he do the complete works of Jerome? And then in 1520-21, the complete works of Cyprian, and at 1522, Ambronius the Younger, and then we move on through that time. But that's just the patristic editions. So his New Testament editions, obviously, they're all written there. But he did paraphrases from 1517 to 1524, and then we look at these other ones. Let's look around the time of 1516 to 1522. That's usually the ones where people are saying he's rushing off his feet. Introduction to the 8 Parts of Speech, 1515. Language uses and abuses of language, 1525. So comedy and satire, 1514. Preface to Plutarch's How to Tell a Flatterer from a Friend. Julius excluded from heaven, how the Pope went to hell in 1514. Colloquia in 1518. So he's doing all that. The Silentus of so I won't go through all this, but he's done another one in 1515, 1517, The Education of a Christian Prince, The Quarrel of Peace in 1517. Like, he's prolific in writing all this stuff around the time that everyone was saying he's so rushed. No, he was doing a lot of work. So even if I just typed in 1516 in this article, it goes to the New Testament, but then we see the complete works of Jerome in 9 volumes. Erasmus is rushing to print, but he's got time to do that. So the stories that people make up, they're just not, it just doesn't add up. If you look at the historical, you just look at what he's done, it's not making sense. And so that's why I just take everything that the critical text guys say with a pinch of salt. Okay, I'll catch up on these comments. And so Wayne on Wheels says, Mark Ward just needed shock therapy until he gains an understanding of truth. Dwayne Green says, no, I'm not saying he's not able. I'm saying it's silly to suggest he is. Okay. Dwayne Green says, I'd even go as far as to say it's slanderous and gossipy to suggest someone is deconstructing based on hearsay. And I guess that is true, By the way, I do not see you as saying that. You're just simply asking a question. Okay. So everyone's still hugging and loving each other. Grab the guitar, sing a bit of Kumbaya there in the chat. Wayne says, I'm lost. What are you all meaning by deconstructing? Deconstructing means that you're not a Christian anymore. Wheels, giving up on your faith. Dwayne says this. Giving up on your faith and walking away. Nick did some videos about C.J. Cornthwaite, who deconstructed. Sort of like what Bart Ehrman's done, and other people who are like, hey, I've been born again, but now I'm a full atheist and this type of thing. Wayne says, okay, I don't believe that about Mark at all. You and Me says, deconstructing basically means proving to yourself Christianity is false and then to fall away from the faith, become an apostate. You and Me says, no one knows what anyone else is thinking. All anyone else can say is, I don't think so. Holy Streamguard says the whole plan is to cause doubt in and confusion in God's holy word. The end game is found in Jonathan Romy being knighted by the Pope for promoting Halo and apt to draw disillusioned Christians back. Okay, that's interesting. And Bertie says, laughing out loud, Jerome, no wonder you have people like Lorenzo Valla called him out. Okay, if you've got any information we need to know, that would be great. Share it with us. Holy Streamguard says, to the Vatican, this Hallow app allows priests to track their congregants, their habit, prayer life, and their diaries. It is the Vatican's New World Order Old Confession track, trace, and control system. Wow, that's pretty heavy. Imagine that. Imagine being Catholic and they're following you and going, hey, you didn't pray the rosary today. And Pastor Brett by Face says, The Marathon Man. That was actually a classic movie with Dustin Hoffman in it. I remember that, where the Nazis had sort of robbed a diamond bank or something. And yeah, he got mixed up in it. But he ran marathons and they helped him in the end. Nick is a beast. Thanks for the work done. Well, thanks, Pastor Brett. Holy Stream says, anyone else see a pattern here? James White's favorite quotation, Erasmus was rushing. Constantine Simonides couldn't have written Sinaiticus in such a short time, seems to be a common argument. Yeah, these type of things oftentimes I find that it's almost like a template that people have that they put on everything. So it's like, okay, well, we've got Simonides here, or he couldn't have done it in that shorter time. Or one of the things is, Theodore Beza's, Robert Stephanus' son, Henry Stephanus, he couldn't have collated 20 manuscripts because he was only like 19 or something. And it's like, well, as if like it's been projected on him that like he's sort of like, just some computer gamer sort of guy. He's not interested in the Bible at all and just like, whatever, dude, sort of thing. And then it's like, well, how can this guy do collations? And it's like, no, he was a fully blown scholar, like probably way better than his dad, who is considered like one of the best. He's like the Stephanus. We talk about the Royal Edition, 1550, that is used for like, the next 300 years in England as like the base text for scholarship. Now, Henry Stephanus, he printed all of Beza's work initially, and he was printing grammars. He took over his dad's work, and so he was fluent in Greek and fluent in Latin, and he printed Ethiopic works and all sorts of things. And so, absolute scholar, but it's like, no, he couldn't have done this type of work. He couldn't have collated 20 manuscripts. And it's like, why? It's like, well, because he was so young. And it's like, there are young people who have done amazing things. Like, I mean, I would just point to the King James translators. A lot of them were doing amazing things by the time they're 20, 25, 30, why can't we believe that? It's not out of the realms of possibility at all, but it's just become the official story. And so oftentimes we see this type of thing, these type of stories, they just end up being fact. Someone just makes it up, Beza didn't have a manuscript, or he thought he had one, but he tricked himself. That's the Jan Kranz thing. And now that's just, if I talk to someone, they're like, well, Beza tricked himself. Don't you know that? And it's like, no, that's just made up. Dwayne says, what's up, Pastor Brett? They're loving each other here. And Dwayne Green says, I'm good, been busy. Things are slowing down some. Okay, so you guys are all entering into summer. We're entering into winter here. It's getting chilly. I went to a rodeo last night just to sort of take a break for 1 minute from what we're talking about. Man, Australia is like, we have the full redneck cowboy cowgirl rodeo kiss cam. It was a classic, but it was great to watch, people riding the bulls. It's so wild. You've got to be pretty brave to do that sort of stuff. But taking my wife, who grew up in Pakistan, so there's lots of buffaloes and bulls and things around. And she said every now and then one of them would go crazy and everyone would just climb up trees, and it was really funny. But yeah, she loved it. She had a great time. But yeah, it was really cold last night. And so there's some really good astrophotography targets in the southern hemisphere. Yes, apparently we have one of the best places in the world to look at the moon, because we're so far away from society when you get right out in the desert. But anyway, I'm going to continue on with this stream. I need another sip of water. Facebook New Testament Scholarship Worldwide 2015. So this is in a 2019 post by Stephen Avery. First, we will bring over the full text. What is especially needed is the Richard Simon sections. Okay, so Richard Simon is the Roman Catholic guy questioning the Comma Johanneum, around about the time after, the 1611 King James has come out. You're looking at the next 100 years, there was a bunch of guys who popped up saying the Comma is not genuine. We've got to question the woman caught in adultery story, this type of thing. A lot of what Bart Ehrman would say today. And so Richard Simon's concepts have traveled down through time, and they're part of what we talk about today. So Facebook New Testament Scholarship Worldwide, June 26, 2015. It's got the link there. Vulgate Prologue to the Canonical Epistles. There are a number of prologues to the Vulgate, Old Testament and New Testament. Some are clearly accepted as being written directly by Jerome. A few are considered to have been attached to the Vulgate by an editor using Jerome's writings. Priscillian and Peregrinus are discussed by John Chapman as having roles in the development of some prologues. In notes in the early history of the Vulgate Gospels, 1908, there is a prologue to the Canonical Epistles written as a first-person document from Jerome. This prologue is either authentic or an unusual forgery, in which case it is quite different qualitatively than any other prologue. The question on this thread, do you see the Vulgate prologue as authentic from Jerome or a forgery, and why? Or do you simply have some input to share? The original forgery accusation, so this is good that we're looking at where this forgery accusation came from, because the people in the Reformation did not see it as a forgery. People today should not see it as a forgery, but there was a window of time when there was a lack of information. There was it was Jerome's prologue. The first documents they had were from the 9th century. Now we've gone right back to 546, and so it's not that far after Jerome. And so, but what we see is during this time, people like Richard Simon, they popularized this idea. So the original forgery accusation developed in the later 1600s. Christopher Sandius, 1644 to 1680, and Richard Simon, 1638 to 1712, beginning the new appraisal. And the lateness of all extant Vulgates with the prologue was a major emphasis. The prologue was claimed to be a forgery from around 800 AD. So that story is being completely destroyed. The 1860 Ernest Ranke, from 1814 to 1888, edition of the 546 Codex Fuldensis showed that the prologue was much earlier and rather close to the time of Jerome. So this is exactly what we're saying. So this information is out there, but we just got to make it more popularized and focus on this a little bit more. And so the edition of the 546 AD Codex Fuldensis showed that the prologue was much earlier and closer to the time of Jerome, which was produced under the auspices of Victor of Capua, who is considered rather learned, yet with a notable exception or two, like Charles Vincent Dolman, 1842 to 1918. In the Dublin Review, 1882, there was little in the way of reappraisal of the forgery opinion. So in other words, new information's come out. It's a bit like, imagine if they said tomorrow, oh, we found information that Simonides did, write Sinaiticus. It's been proven. Like, imagine if they came out with concrete evidence for that, but then people just kept saying, oh, it's still old. I guess that's what's happened with Beza's, the retranslation of Beza's annotation saying, well, he had an ancient manuscript with this in it, a good and faithful manuscript. That's just overridden now because they want to keep the old story that there's no manuscripts with this in it, where Beza's saying, oh, I've got manuscript, an old faithful one with that reading in it, and he's going by that. But people don't like that, so they just make up a story that basically Beza was having a Joe Biden moment, and sort of, he's walking around with his ice cream dribbling down his elbow and saying, hey, I can't remember what I did yesterday, and I've written this note here, and I think I had an old man. He doesn't say that at all, does he? And to just put that upon him that he's got, dementia or something, it's strange. But we see Bart Ehrman does this all the time, and what I realize is this is what you learn apparently in the academy, because Jan Kranz is high up in the academy. Yeah, he's written a book that was talking about Beza and Erasmus and conjectural emendation. So anyway, these type of stories just continue. But most people have not reevaluated their position based on new evidence. If new evidence comes your way, you should reevaluate what you're saying and what you're parroting, because you could be parroting something that's completely redundant. Now, I do this by accident. Some people ask me things, and I've actually done a whole study into it, but I forget that I've done that, and I default back to an old argument that I had. And then I'm like, actually, no, I've written about this somewhere. I look it up, and it's like, oh, that's right. I don't even think that anymore. And I think that's what's happened here is this concept of Jerome's prologue has been completely debunked, that it's a forgery. But people are just still parroting stuff, and sometimes what gets parroted just ends up in the mainstream, and you can't get rid of it, So, do you know of any good church writer patristics study forums where this question could be an appropriate discussion beyond the input here? There are many scholars with a close familiarity with the life and writings of Jerome, or are there many scholars? Your thoughts welcome. If there is interest in this topic and a desire for more info on the net, I would be happy to include more on a subsequent post. Thanks. So, and then a new post here. A little background might help. The prologue has been seen as a forgery largely based on internal arguments that were given by Jean Martianet in 1693 in the Benedictine edition of Jerome's writings. The Latin is, and it has it written there, and is summarized as 5 arguments. However, those arguments received solid responses, and you would be hard put to find anybody today seriously giving any of them as strong evidence for inauthenticity. And because of the first person nature of the writing, inauthenticity must mean forgery. It is hard to separate the internal arguments from the question of the heavenly witness's defense, where the prologue was seen as inauthentic simply because of how it is referenced in the verse. In terms of textual history, though, that can be circular, since these evidences in the early centuries are fascinating and often hotly contested. So we see this type of circular reasoning. Well, it's got the comma in it, so it must be fake. that type of mentality. People go, oh, well, that manuscript has the comma in it, so it must be translated from the Latin somehow, this type of thing. It's just default mindset, and so we want to examine all that, at a later period. But it is, some people say, well, of course the prologue is faked because it talks about the comma and people deleting it. So it's a conspiracy theory. Someone squeezed that information in there. It's a fake. And in the meantime, many people opposed to authenticity and had emphasized the lateness of the prologue, which they thought was around 800 AD based on the manuscripts known. However, the prologue was then discovered in Codex Fuldensis and dated to 546, and under the auspices of the learned Victor of Capua, this was published by Ernest Ranke, died in 1888. So he did that in 1868. So just before the Westcott and Hort era, he did this. You would figure that this would cause a re-examination of the forgery accusation, yet very little was published, and you would have a hard time finding even the reasons why this writing became pseudo-Jerome. Okay, so isn't that interesting? It's just given this label, and it's hard to actually pinpoint why it's remained with the label of pseudo-Jerome. And I was saying in my previous 2 videos on this that having the term pseudo is a bit like, the Epstein files are labeling a whole bunch of people as pedophiles. Okay. Now there was a Prime Minister of Australia. Now Donald Trump hates him, and he said to his face, "I don't like you." And his name, I should remember, Prime Minister of Australia. It'll come to Kevin Rudd. And so Kevin Rudd in 2007, he became Prime Minister. Now, most people didn't like him, and still today, a lot of people don't like him. But he's an intelligent guy. He's really smart. But he is like an ambassador. He was the ambassador to the United States, but now he's an ambassador to China. And he's openly anti-Trump and all the rest of it. But someone said there's 100 mentions of him on the Epstein files. And I thought, actually, this is a really good case study, because in Australia, for someone like that, who has quite a lot of people who don't like him, they will go through that information and see if anything sticks. Now, he said, look, I never met Epstein ever. And so if he's lying, there goes his career. He's destroyed. But if they can prove that he did have links to Epstein, that will show, that that's true. Or if they can't prove that, it's like, well, perhaps some of these people on Epstein lists are just written there, and they're not actually part of it. So I thought that would be a really good case to watch. But once you're labeled a pedo, it's pretty hard to shake that label. It's like, being labeled a rapist or a murderer, or whatever. The whole community turns against you, but you're found innocent. Some people just in the back of their mind, like, I still don't trust the guy. Like someone can be totally cleared, and it's like, I don't know, it's an O.J. Simpson scenario or whatever. But it's pretty hard to get rid of these labels. And what I'm realizing is that the pseudo label on authors, it doesn't matter sort of what information you give. You can have a full video of Jerome writing it, and it's on the net, and it's not AI because they had video cameras back then. I'm joking. But it's like you can prove it to the nth degree, and people will still go, well, the pseudo label is there, so it must be there for a reason. So let's just keep it there, sort of thing. We need to drop the pseudo label off this. Paul Martin Cruz, Miles, says, hi, James. This post made me aware of the few people working with the Fuldensis right now. The closest to an expert in Fuldensis that I know is Philip Payne. He's got a link there. I'm not sure if Peter Head worked on it, but I remember that on 2010, Gary I. Weiner from Stanford University, then a student of Master of Liberal Arts program, published some good work on the fragment of the Epistle of James at one of Stanford University libraries. It's got the links all here. And I might throw this Pure Bible Forum link just straight into the chat if anyone wants to go through it themselves. And I can remember that he worked also with Fuldensis then, but I do not have that paper. Now, Gary is devoted to Vashel Library, but possibly he could help you. This is his YouTube page. Perhaps also the Latinist Catherine Brown Kaz could be of some help. I only have an address, and it's in Washington, but people of the Dominican House of Studies, specifically Albert Paresky, knows her well. I do not have any more ideas. Sorry, it is a pity that the Codex that had so many first-class students devoted to it 100 years ago is so forgotten. I always thank God for Rias Camp and Reed Hieromingdinger. That's what a name. So, so the next thing written here says, returning to the OP, the original post, the agreement of the unknowing pseudo consensus on the Vulgate Prologue as non-authentic can be divided into three elements. Number one, lateness of manuscripts, the idea that it does not show up until around 800. So this was always weak, since either the verse or the prologue were generally in Latin manuscripts, but it became 100% non-functional with the Renki publishing of Fuldensis with the prologue in 1868. So a very good point there. Number two, the circular idea stated or implied that Jerome could not have written that because it does not reflect what is thought to have been his facts on the ground. Therefore, the support the prologue gives to the authenticity of the Heavenly Witnesses verse should be largely discarded because there was not, in fact, a Heavenly Witness verse. The prologue was either ignorant or deliberately deceptive. So, yeah, the whole thing of, well, it's got the comma in it, so it must be fake. that sort of circular reasoning. Well, Cyprian quotes the comma, but he doesn't actually quote it from somewhere. He invented it. This type of thing. It's like, well, what if it is just a quote? No, he invented it because the comma doesn't exist. And it's like, it becomes this circular reasoning. The problems here are legion. There are, in fact, numerous evidences for the verse in those years in Latin and some in Greek. And there is an extremely difficult time coming up with a Jerome alternative who, again, would be stating false facts on the ground for some arcane purpose, a scholar who clearly could mimic Jerome 100%, who forged and deceived outright. I would say that at best, any such circular rejection has minimal elasticity. Number three, the internal arguments given by Martiane, basically none of them have had any traction at all, although all could use a revisit. If there is real scholarship intended, when Kevin Edgecombe did a brand new translation some years back, he came up with yet another internal argument, similarly without merit, which he considered a smoking gun and ignored by historical arguments. Granted, due to the dearth of modern scholarship understanding, he may possibly not even have known those earlier arguments. And it says here, feel free to post on the more readable Calm, that's what's his name? It'll come to me. The forum, Calm forums with his name will come to me in a minute. Or other forums like the Quiet One I host, Pure Bible Forum, different than the Facebook Pure Bible or here or anywhere. The formatting here on Facebook is, of course, limited, and you should remember that the bookmark not depending on a limited search function for future reference. Beyond that, Facebook is often the best with more scholarship participation. What is his name? I'm getting... Man, that's bad that I'm forgetting his name. It'll come to me. Here in Latin is Christopher Sand in 1669, quoting John Bergenhagen, Luther's pastor and teacher, discussing the Erasmus situation with the Vulgate Prologue as from Jerome in the context of the Heavenly Witnesses debate, where the Bergenhagen position was quite unusual. The page before 382 starts with the earlier page from Bergenhagen. So this is Interpretationes in Latin. It's got a heap of stuff. 1669, Christoph Sand. So it says here, this is the first known attack on the Vulgate Prologue authenticity. So it's good to know where this has come from. So this is like 50 years after the King James. People are saying, hey, this isn't genuine. And it says, Google Translate of this Latin here says, yet the preface is not genuine Jerome, nor is it read in the works of Jerome, and in the Bible or the Vulgate Bible corrected. Okay, so that's the claim that we can trace back to 1669. Okay, so before that, people weren't saying this is fake. So this is, and this is, it looks like 20 years before Richard Simon was popularizing this concept. So it says here, the section from Sand, page 376 to 395, is one of many Latin sections that are historically rich and are little known today and never translated. Next, with Richard Simon, so he's the main guy. So Richard Simon, basically, he is considered the father of textual criticism, Roman Catholic guy. He died in 1712. So in 1689, he said, a critical history of the text of the New Testament, wherein is firmly established the truth of those acts on which the foundation of Christian religion is laid. Okay, so that sounds like the title of the book, 1689. And then we have Andrew Hunwick, translation, modern edition in 2013. Okay, so then we have all these quotes. There's a first discussion of the awkward accusations by Erasmus against Jerome. So it says Erasmus accused Jerome as interpolating the verse, despite the fact that Erasmus was often very warm to Jerome, as a way to deflect the prologue evidence. And then it says, in quotes, if Erasmus, who had read many Greek and Latin copies of the New Testament and frequently consulted St. Jerome's manuscripts, had applied himself to a strict examination of the preface of the Canonical Epistles, which he thinks was written by that father, he would rather have been inclined to reject that preface as superstitious than to charge St. Jerome with forgery. Okay, so it looks like he's looking at this. Andrew Hunwick is talking about this in 2013. So it's sort of saying that Erasmus is not favorable to Jerome's preface. I've found that when I've read through the actual words of Erasmus, it doesn't seem to say that, but we will go back through that. And what I'll do is I'll just grab that section. I'll go to the actual Latin section and I'll throw it into just ChatGPT and we'll just see what it spits out. But I'll read through these. So it says here, then after discussing the date of extant manuscripts, there is one internal argument given. Neither the name of St. Jerome nor any other writer is prefixed to the preface in some of the ancient copies where it is found, which sufficiently shows that many on good grounds question St. Jerome being the author of it, page 5. Okay, so this is what is being said in 2013 by Andrew Hunwick. Then, without concern for the forgery aspect or motive, so this is Stephen Avery saying this, then without concern for the forgery aspect or motive, he takes a stab at the author. And this is a quote from the book, page 6. He who gathered all the books of the Latin Bible into one body, the better part of which was translated or revised by St. Jerome, is really the author of that preface. Okay, and then Stephen says, then after comparing with a prologue that does not have the first person markers, he continues this idea, hand-waving the forgery aspect. Another quote from page 6. It is also possible that the compiler of the works of the Latin version, which we call the Vulgate, not finding in St. Jerome a particular preface to the Canonical Epistles made according to that father's style, some of whose expressions he had made use of, and among others has inserted that word Eustochium. So Eustochium was a lady. I sort of liken her to being, powerful, rich, a bit like, we would imagine someone like Queen Elizabeth or something like that, but in that world. And she was like celibate, and wrote to St. Jerome saying, can you do these letters? And so he was like, yeah, cool. And so in the preface, he mentions Eustochium and says that she wrote a letter to Jerome, and we have that saying, do the canonical, the 7 books, the general epistles. And then we see that in the preface, it actually references Eustochium and says, well, here you go. I've done this for you, sort of thing, which is quite interesting information. There's quite a lot of, like, that's almost like watertight verification there. But here he's saying, oh, that's a forgery. They even inserted that word Eustochium down the bottom to make it look genuine. And so it looks too genuine to me, sort of thing. So, it's a bit like saying, okay, well, this note's a forgery. Even if you hold it up to the light and put it under a certain forgery tracker, it's such a good forgery that it has all the aspects of being real. And it's like, it's easier to say it's real, sort of thing. Then it says, then after discussion of the textual situation with the heavenly witnesses and the preface, Simon argues. So this is the guy from 1689. So the 2013 seems like an update of that, a translation. It's translated into the modern edition. So, but it is still Richard Simon. So I should have sort of said that as I was going through this. I have been a little bit confused about the set out here, but it is just on a forum. So anyway, this is Richard Simon, 2013 into English. So he wrote in Latin, of course. So it says here, then, so Stephen Avery says, then after this discussion of the textual situation with the heavenly witnesses and the preface, Simon argues, quote, this diversity of copies is, in my judgment, an evidence proof that he did not compose that preface to prefix it to the canonical epistles in page 7. It says here, however, an alternative, simpler, and Ockram-friendly, so this is Stephen Avery, however, an alternative, simpler, and Ockram-friendly explanation is simply that the prologue says what the prologue says did happen. Avery continues, note that Simon has 2 purposes: to vindicate Jerome from the accusations of Erasmus that he was the rogue interpolator, and offer an alternative explanation. So we continue on with page 7. Simon says, St. Jerome was not the true author either of the preface or addition. So he's just making that claim. Okay. I was just thinking, I just said Simon says, maybe we can make up a song like Richard Simon said, put your hand on your head. I don't know if you ever did that when you were a kid, the Simple Simon song, and you had to put your hand on your head. Simple Simon says, put your hand on your legs. And then the teacher would go, put your hand on your hips and go like this. And you would do it wrong and copy their actions. And so maybe we can apply this song to Richard Simon. The Academy are just doing whatever he says to do. Simon says, do this. Then after discussion of manuscripts, diversity, so this is Stephen Avery, sorry. Then after discussion of manuscripts, diversity, like some manuscripts with the text in the margin, we have, and this is a quote, this diversity does evidently prove that St. Jerome could not be the author of the edition in the controversy, but that it was done by those who had in mind to adjust the text in St. James to the preface. That's on page 7. Avery continues, Simon means John. This leads to what is now Metzger's claim. Okay, so Metzger's claiming this same thing from Richard Simon. quote, all which different altercations are evident proofs that there was nothing of the additions in the first copies which were published of St. Jerome's Bible on page 8. So that is the type of thing that Metzger says. Stephen Avery continues, which has major problems in examining how the verse became so prevalent in the Vulgate line, and also is circular to the non-authenticity of the prologue. Then after the Council of Carthage, also the context is veiled, and Cyprian discussion, we have a hybrid section about the evidences and trying to find an alternative vindication of Jerome. And there is, and it says a quote here on page 10, Jerome was not the author of the preface to the Canonical Epistles, nor the addition inserted into St. John's epistle. And so Avery continues, so Simon made his claim of non-authenticity and forgery about 8 times without giving any substantive evidence. So he's just claiming these things. So we see here a critical history of the versions of the New Testament. This is written in 1692 by Richard Simon. The learned Peri Pithu, who was from 1539 to 1596, strongly supported Jerome's authorship in the prologue. And so it is written on page 80. It says, Petros Pethuus, who has read so many manuscript books, affirming it to be a certain truth that the preface inserted in the first editions of our Latin Bibles before the Canonical Epistles under the name of St. Jerome was really composed by him, page 80. Avery says Simon goes on into the early Vulgate history, an argument that is now in the dustbin after the Fuldensis discovery. So this cannot be true because we've found other evidence to the contrary, but this is a quote on page 82 by Simon. The aforementioned preface and many others that are attributed to St. Jerome are not in some manuscripts of the Bible are 700 and 800 years old. These manuscripts, although they are not so numerous, ought to be preferred before the others as being more pure and true. So Avery says, after highlighting one particular manuscript as the best exemplar, Simon at page 85 and 86 gives the argument that is in the other book 2 more times. And then James Knapp Jr. says here, beginning on page 84, and for the next few pages, Simon gives his reasons for reading the prologue to the Canonical Epistles as not the works of Jerome. And then it continues, that is, I believe, actually the critical versions book of a couple of years later, more than one title page in the edition used by Google, that I have some references from above. It goes from page 80 to 87, 85 to 86, basically gives the same reasons as in the earlier book, which quotes could be added. And then we see Richard Simon, here is the French source of the versions section. So it says here, after Simon came the 1693 Benedictine Marist, not Marist, edition of Jerome, mentioned a few posts above with the notes of Jean Martienne. Martienne was not friendly to Simon and overall a supporter of the verse's authenticity, including Cyprian, the Corby manuscript, and much more. In the interesting defense section, ironically placed in the Vulgate prologue section, Martienne changed the pattern begun by Erasmus and decried by John Fell and Gilbert Burnet of not putting the prologue into the Jerome editions, yet he argued at the same time that it was not authentic Jerome. So far, I would say he liked the Simon idea and wanted to do him one better by giving actual reasons to see the prologue as a forgery. Yes, it is a bit counterintuitive. It is said he gives 5 reasons overall, and the responses are given in other writings. A careful English translation of his text would reveal some interesting nuances and possible references. I just came across this the other day and have done much with it, have not done much with it, and have done much with it, sorry about that, except noticing material in skimming. So I think there was a not that should be there, and I said it, but then I retracted it, then I said it. So that does seem, I'm not sure. We have James Snap Jr. mentioned here. I'm not sure if that was him. But anyway, let's go back through this next section, which seems like Stephen Avery talking again. So he's summarizing everything. Let me have a sip of my water. To summarize, we see the original accusations of forgery, that they were largely part of the Sandius and Simon negative positions on the heavenly witness authenticity. The issue of lateness of extant manuscripts of the prologue was raised. Cautiously, later attackers were more emphatic until Fuldensis, and that is fully defunct. Okay, so Simon raised, still Avery, Simon raised the obvious nothing internal issue that the preface does not say, me big heap Jerome, nothing due to Jerome's dedication to Eustochium and all the surrounding context, including the attacks on the scholarship due to age. If we see a personal letter to Marilyn Monroe referencing the fame of the 56 game hitting streak, we don't puzzle over when the purported writer is Joe D, just because he does not say, I am Joe D. So I guess Americans, New Yorkers would probably know that reference. All the circular arguments based on theories of the early manuscript transmission of the heavenly witnesses can be considered, but for various reasons have little utility. Knowing the antiquity of the prologue, pegging and explaining the early, crafty, skilled, knowledgeable, deceitful forger is much more difficult. Okay, so that's one of the things. It's like, oh, it's not Jerome because of this reason, that reason, and you go through it, it's pretty flimsy. But then it's like, okay, so who did write it then? Or that they don't go into that at all. And, you know, why did they write it? And, you know, it's a conspiracy theory. They're squeezing the comma in. They like the comma, just like King James only is today, sort of thing. This leaves the grab bag of internal arguments for the forgery theory given by Jean Martiane. On those arguments and responsible and analysis stand or falls the forgery theory. I think something was missing there, but I think you get the point. To which we can add any later addendum, like the point given by Kevin Edgecombe. On the other hand, it is helpful and significant to go down the prologue section by section to see how well it fits the style, concerns, interests, scholarship, and views of Jerome. And that's a very good thing to do, because they're saying, well, if you read through it, you can tell it's a forgery, but people read through it and say it's genuine. And we're not talking about small hitters either. Now, I am going to segue and go into Jerome's preface, and we're going to look at exactly what he said about, Erasmus's preface mentions in his annotations. We're going to go through that Latin. So I'll go there in a second, but I'm just trying to sort of finish this one little section so we can cut that off, and then I'll go, okay, I'm going to just jump into Erasmus for maybe 10 minutes and we'll try and translate that. If it is consistently, uncannily Jerome-ish, then theories that a forger was so skilled without a trip up in pretending to be another person for unknown motives would be that much more Occam unlikely. Instead, the Occam's razor, the most simplest explanation is probably true. It would almost leave the realm of pseudo Jerome and enter the world of shadow Jerome. Yeah, instead of like someone, a pseudo Jerome, it's like, it's like this, it's strange, weird thing, and that everyone was just sucked in by this. Here are some of the writers who discuss the the forgery idea of Martiane. David Martin, he talked about it. He died in 1721. The genuineness of the text of the first epistle of St. John, chapter 5, verse 7, from the French, 1522, David Martin. I'm pretty sure he did a Bible translation into French. And it says here, there should be more from Martin to track down and note that he always says that he handles arguments from John Mill. So that's very interesting. Some of these guys that have French writings, some people have German writings, a lot of it's in Latin. So that's why sometimes a lot of this stuff's been debunked, but it just takes a while for things to be thoroughly translated into the English world. Antione Augustin Clement, he died in 1757. In 1726, in French, orders the 5 reasons of Martiane and supports authenticity. So this is the 1824 edition of that, and it is Saint Bible en Latin et en Francois. The heavy drinking skeptic Richard Pawson is, not surprisingly, most aggressive in trying to rehabilitate various arguments and come up with new ones. Pawson's letters to Archdeacon Travis, so that's in 1790 and in 1829. Thus, Pawson was answered by Frederick Nolan. So Frederick Nolan, Christian Remembrancer in 1822, in these books here. And a very strong section by the quirky John Jones, Monthly Repository, 1826. John Jones, he has some pages on that. Looks like 4 pages worth. While Thomas Turton tried to work with the Pawson material, a vindication of the literary character of the late Professor Pawson, Thomas Turton. John Scott Porter gives us an example of the standard vapid, dismissive non-scholarship that later became standard. Principles of textual criticism were their application to the Old and New Testaments, illustrated with plates and facsimiles of biblical documents. So that's in 1848, John Scott Porter. And here's some quotes. Perhaps had been composed as early as the 8th, and a notorious falsifier. Okay, so obviously he's against the comma, but he's parroting this type of material that gets parroted still today. Porter managed to show us that the John Mill opposition to authenticity was keyed around the ultra dubious idea that the prologue misrepresents biblical literature. It would be interesting to see all of Mill. And so I'm pretty sure Mill has been translated, that section. He has about 10 pages on the comma. That would be cool to go through as well. I might have even gone through it. I can't remember. Then came Codex Fuldensis and Renke. So that's what we're talking about in this video, that overrides all those type of claims. A very strong evidence is Charles Vincent Dolman, Dublin Review, recent evidence in support of 1 John 5:7. That was in 1882, so the year after they omitted it in the Westcott and Hort text. He's saying, hey, we've got recent support for this. Why are we omitting that? Thomas Joseph Lamy had a decent article and includes Martiane reasons and the Helmet response. He effectively shows us that not much was added after the initial volleys. So American Ecclesiastical Review in 1897, Thomas Joseph Lamy. That is the English literature, so Stephen Avery again, that is the English literature that I have found that actually delves into the internal evidence questions. John Chapman takes a dismissive position like Porter, but it is very helpful in examining a Carl Constant try for pegging the supposed forger as Peregrinus. So notes on the early history of the Vulgate Gospels, 1908, John Chapman. So yeah, he's saying, well, it was this guy, instead of dropping the whole thing, it's like, no, well, we've found out that it's this guy. And we've looked into a little bit of that, and no doubt that will come up later as well. In recent years, Kevin Edgecombe thought he had found a conclusive chronology evidence. Another Vulgate Prologue, 2006, Kevin Edgecombe, and he's got the link there. So you can see that little has changed from the period of 1693 to 1725, when Martione offered some reasons and they were problem answered. And this was echoed again by Pawson in 1790, and answers in the early 1800s. Then came Fuldensis and some good evaluation work. Was Antione Eugene Genund right in looking at the arguments and saying they were frivolous? That is a key question. What I have tried to do here is simply help you to study by having the best, mostly English resources at hand. Also, this helps put the question in the historical context. The interconnection with the Heavenly Witnesses debate. Early church writer scholars who work outside the textual criticism scholarship realm do not seem to want to jump headlong into this forgery milieu. They are more likely to accept authenticity. Stephen Avery says, this problem goes to the heart of modern New Testament textual scholarship, which is often rather scholastically shoddy, even when Greek accurate. There was a recent book that continually references the Vulgate Prologue and how it has been part of the Heavenly Witnesses debate. So this is in Raising the Ghost of Arius, 2011 by Grantley MacDonald. How he handles the Vulgate Prologue is discussed here. Pure Bible Forum, Raising the Ghost of Arius. Grantley MacDonald's got the link there. Go to the second post. Not once were the actual supposed arguments against authenticity given. Amazing. So it's quite interesting. Here we have what people would consider as the critical text go-to guy. Grantley MacDonald's an atheist, but he has written on 1 John 5:7, and he doesn't bring up all this information at all, which shows you that either there's a bias or Grantley is just ignorant of some of that. Now, Raising the Ghost of Arius is his dissertation, which eventually became a book. I think it's Erasmus, like Textual Criticism in Modern Europe or something like that. But this, so we should really be looking at his latest work on it, but I don't think there's much change to that. And Stephen Avery's thoroughly gone through his material. But this is in 2019, so things could have changed. Maybe Grantley MacDonald has pointed a few other things out, but up until this point, really going through that dissertation, he's not talking about it, which is quite amazing. So basically, he's just giving one-sided information. And then it says here in brackets, James Snap will not see this thread because he uses Facebook Block, which works as a double blind. Oh, I see this thread better in Chrome than in Firefox. Okay, so I guess a note to self sort of thing. So that's good. We got to the end of that massive comment. Now I'm going to get that book, the Raising the Ghost of Arius, because he has all the Latin quotations, and he has his own translation there, but I have been saying, hey, his translation is very good. He is an expert in Latin, but sometimes things can have a bias, and sometimes I read through and I go, hang on, let's check out the this is Raising the Ghost of Arius. So let's check out in ChatGPT today. It just seems like it's on fire. It's just an amazing tool to use. So let's go down to the endnotes where he has Erasmus and his annotations. and I'll type in Jerome. So I think I did this the other day. Yes, St. Jerome. So I will grab, well, I'll grab the Latin, which came first, which is up here. Copy that. I'll throw it into chat. Translate this. So here is a fairly literal translation of Erasmus's annotation. There are three who bear witness in heaven. The 1516 edition, the Greek manuscript, I found this concerning the threefold testimony. Hoti tres esin hometuriontes to pneuma, kai to ouda, kai to haima, which is because there are three that bear witness, the spirit, the water, and the blood. 1522 edition, Erasmus said, St. Jerome, in his preface to the Canonical Epistles, suspects that this passage had been corrupted by Latin translators and that the testimony of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit had been omitted by Jerome. So that's exactly what we're saying. So Erasmus is speaking about this actual topic in his annotations in the 1522 edition. And it says, and yet according to our edition, Cyril cites this passage in the work which he entitled The Treasury di Tesoro, Book 14. The next chapter, next to the last, it says, again, he says, John says in the same epistle, he says, who is he that overcomes the world except he who believes Jesus is the Son of God? This is he who came by water and blood and spirit, Jesus Christ, not by water only, but by water and blood. And it is the Spirit that bears witness, because the Spirit is truth, because there are three that bear witness, the Spirit, the water, and the blood, and these three are one. If we receive the witness of men, the witness of God is greater, etc. Then it says, thus far, Cyril, a man, if I am not mistaken, Orthodox. Moreover, since he is contending against the Arians and heaps up many testimonies from the divine scriptures against them, is it not probable that he would have, it is not probable that he would have omitted the weapon by which they could most effectively have been defeated if he had either known or believed that this had been written by the apostle. And so I guess just on first, like I've read through this quite a few times, but just on first glance, it's sort of like, okay, we're looking at, Erasmus mentions Jerome, mentions the preface, okay. Then he says Cyril, and he's saying, he thinks he's Orthodox as far as he can tell. And he's saying he debated against the Arians. Surely he would have used this if he had known it to be written by the apostle. So he's just stating that fact that Cyril was a good guy apparently, according to Erasmus, and he's contending against the Arians. So he's Trinitarians coming against the Arians, and it's like he wouldn't have deleted it. He would have used this verse. Now, perhaps other light has come upon Cyril, and that would have to be something that's studied separately, because Erasmus, he had information before him. Now, he had lots of information that today we don't have. So he might have had more information, but we might have a few other bits of information on Cyril that show that he did in fact have the verse, or perhaps the history on him, things might have been taken out there. So, but we've got to examine those things. But as far as Erasmus knew, he was a guy he considers Orthodox, and he didn't quote it. And so, but perhaps what Erasmus is actually doing here is saying, hey, look, It's because he was copying a lot of flack for not putting 1 John 5:7 into the text. He might be turning around and saying, hey, look, other people who are Orthodox have done this as well, because it is slim in the Greek. And so now I'll just read through the significance here that it is written by ChatGPT. I'm not sure if I agree with it or not. This is just, I'm just throwing this in there. Now we will continue a little bit more of translating this stuff from Latin, but it says here the significance, this final sentence is often overlooked. Erasmus is arguing Jerome claimed that some Latin copies omitted the heavenly witnesses, okay? And he's saying Cyril of Alexandria appeared to quote only the first earthly witnesses, spirit, water, and blood. Then it says, since Cyril was fighting Arianism, Erasmus reasoned that if Cyril had known the Communionium, Father, Word, and Holy Ghost, as authentic in the apostolic text, he would have surely used it. And then point 4 is, therefore, Cyril's silence is evidence against the comma's authenticity. This annotation shows that even the 1522 edition, after Erasmus had printed the comma in his Greek text, he still expressed reservations about its authenticity and continued to present patristic evidence in his view that weighed against it. But I'm not sure about that. Like, I would say that would be a general, like, cursory look at it. But I think that might be, if we look at Erasmus, he's been accused of being unorthodox. Now, in 1527, so say 5 years later, in Valladolid in Spain, the Valladolid conference was about Erasmus. 1527, they did a witch hunt to see whether Erasmus was an Arian or not. And so they went through a lot of this material. Now, that would be really interesting to look at the notes from that conference as well, because it does circulate around these issues. But I think we've got to put ourselves into the shoes of Erasmus. He's saying, hey, look, Cyril was Orthodox and he didn't quote it. So I think he's sort of saying, look, for the last 2 editions, I haven't quoted it, but now I'm convinced that it is genuine. Now, what's interesting, in 1516, he has done the complete works of Jerome, which is quite interesting. And so I'll translate the next section. So it still continues on. I'm not sure if it continues on talking about Jerome, but we will just translate that anyway. Oops. Let's grab this. But it doesn't seem like he's really dissing Jerome there, does it? And that's usually something that people just claim. It's like, well, he said that Jerome, it's probably inserted by Jerome or something like that. I think it's Richard Simon who's actually sort of made that up. It wouldn't be like text critics are making up anything about Erasmus. That would never happen. But let's translate this. And we'll just see if there's anything more to do with Jerome here. So it says, 1535 edition, Cyril, however, concludes that the Holy Spirit is God, not from the words of these 3 at one, but from what follows. If we receive the witness of men, the witness of God is greater, which he refers to the Spirit of whom mention has just been made. Okay, so that's in his later edition. He's putting more information about Cyril. 1522 edition. So in here it has all the editions, but some of them add a little bit and some of them take away a little bit. And so it's just got it all there. That's why I've gone here, because it's not just one edition. It's got all of them. 1522 edition says, now Bede, explaining this passage with great care and accurately expounding at length the threefold testimony on earth, made no mention of the testimony in heaven of the Father, the Word, and the Spirit. Yet this man was by no means lacking either skill in languages or diligence in examining ancient manuscripts. Indeed, he does not even add the words in earth. Now, I was shown the other day an article. Now, I didn't have access to that university's library, so I wasn't able to access the full article. but it was Bede 1 John 5:7. I'll just type it in, see if I can find it. 1 John 5:7, showing that Bede did actually have the comma in his writings. Now, I don't have access to the full article, but okay, so Google says Bede's commentary on 1 John 5:7 addresses the infamous text known as the Johannine Comma. In 1941, the Roman Catholic Church confirmed via an official decree that the authenticity of the longer Trinitarian clause could be safely debated, paving the way for modern translations to omit the interpolation. Okay. Bede, 8th century scholar, famously utilized the Latin Vulgate, which contained the Trinitarian addition, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit. So it's not really giving much information that I'm talking about. It's actually sort of saying the opposite, but I'll try and find this article. And because I'm pretty sure people are giving old information about Bede. So apparently they've found the comma in Bede somewhere. And so I might, anyway, I won't rabbit trail that far because I'll have to jump on Facebook, search around for a while, go through threads, find it. But I did sort of show this in my previous 2 videos too. So perhaps Erasmus, more information could be shown to Erasmus about the issue of Bede. But anyway, we're talking about Jerome here, so we're getting into all other issues. That can be a whole other 50 videos on Bede or whatever. So it doesn't look like he talks much more about Jerome. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go through this PDF and just search for the word Jerome, because there's going to be hundreds of examples of Jerome there. But we mostly want to search in these areas here. Okay, so okay. Okay, so he does talk more about this, and that is in this section here. It does look like there's a bit of a, no, that's exactly what is written, or was that the first bit that I actually have already gone into? I think that is the first bit. Let me just double check that. Okay, the Latin. No, it's not. This is another section. Okay, so I did post, I copied and pasted that one. And just bear with me for a little bit. Then I went to that one, which was the latest one, talking about Cyril. But I'll get it to translate this. Translate, because it says more about Jerome. Now, if it does say something negative about Jerome or whatever, it's like, okay, well, that's interesting. We'll have to focus on that, because that's the claim of Richard Simon. So it could be true. I think Stephen Avery sort of thinks it's true. I've always sort of pushed back on it, because I did a few videos on this, and I sort of found it, perhaps it wasn't really saying what people were thinking. So here is a careful translation of Erasmus's annotation, 1522 edition. But we were pressed by the authority of Jerome, an authority which I would not wish to diminish, although he is often very forceful and not particularly restrained. often inconsistent and not always consistent with himself. Nevertheless, I do not clearly see what Jerome means in this passage. So let's read through it. I shall quote his words. So this is a full quotation of what Jerome says. He says, "But," he says, "just as we formerly corrected the evangelists according to the standard of truth, so also with God's help, we have restored these epistles to their proper order. For the first of them is the one of James, 2 of Peter, and 3 of John, and 1 is Jude's. If these had been translated faithfully into the Latin language by translators, just as they were arranged by their authors, they would neither create uncertainty for readers, nor would the variety of renderings conflict among themselves, especially in that passage where we read concerning the unity of the Trinity in the first epistle of John. In that place, we have discovered that the truth of the faith has been greatly corrupted by unfaithful translators who in their edition placed only the three terms, namely water, blood, and spirit, while omitting the testimony of the Father, the Word, and the Spirit, in which the universal faith is especially strengthened, and the one divine essence of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit is demonstrated. And so Erasmus continues, thus far we have quoted Jerome's words. Okay. And it says, this is Erasmus, from these it is clear that Jerome complains not about Greek manuscripts, but only about those who translated Greek into Latin. So inadvertently, Jerome's saying, I've got Greek manuscripts with these readings in it, in like 382 to 384, but unfaithful scribes into Latin leaving this out. Okay. Yet now in the Greek manuscripts, so Erasmus is talking about how things have changed, but yet now in the Greek manuscripts, the very thing that is chiefly lacking, whose omission he complains of, while it is found in the Latin manuscripts, although not in all of them. So that's exactly what we see today. So it's in 95% of the Latin manuscripts. It has the Father, Word, and Spirit there. 5% don't. But what we're seeing is perhaps this is because Jerome mentions this and he actually put a stop to that type of thing. It still continued for a little while, but then after a while it's like, no, it's genuine, and then everyone went back to it. Where that there wasn't a Jerome in the Greek world to stop that happening. But Jerome clearly says that it's in the Greek manuscripts. And the people who are translating it from the Greek into Latin are being unfaithful there. So no doubt if that's happening from a translation, obviously people who are copying Greek, that could easily be the same situation in the Greek as well. And so unfaithful people, scribes, will be doing that type of thing as well and omitting it. So there's a lot in what Jerome says. Okay, but let's continue with what Erasmus says here. He says, yet now in the Greek manuscripts, that very thing is chiefly lacking, whose omission he complains of, while it is found in the Latin manuscripts, although not all of them. But where did St. Jerome correct the error of the translators? Surely from Greek copies. So he's actually saying he had Greek manuscripts. How did he correct this? He corrected it from Greek, because Erasmus was also of the mind to do what Jerome did. So he would have studied the methodology of how Jerome translated from Greek into Latin. And so he's clearly saying here, hey, in the Greek it's got these, but unfaithful people are omitting it in the Latin. But then what we see today, it's almost like the opposite. We're saying, hey, it's in the Latin, but it's not in the Greek. And so that's what happened in the Greek as well. People just attack this verse in Greek and in Latin. When you understand that, you can see that in the Greek, it was fully attacked. And so now it's only, it's the majority of manuscripts that we have in our hands today don't have it. And it was the same in Erasmus's time. So it says here, but those copies either contained what we translate or they differed among themselves. Okay, so talking about the Greek copies, but those copies either contained what we translate, or they differed among themselves. If they differed, just as the Latin copies do, by what argument does he prove which reading is more correct, or which was written by the apostle? Especially since the reading he reproves was at the time supported by the public usage of the church. Had that not been the case, I do not see how the words that follow could have any place. Okay, so he's not actually really doubting what Jerome has said and what he's done. He's just saying there were people of that time who had in their Bibles that verse taken out in the Greek. And so where Erasmus is like, well, it's in the Greek, and then he's saying, well, how does he know which one was good, proper? Was it the shorter reading, or was it with the comma in it? How is he proving to us which one? And so, very interesting questions from Erasmus. And so I'll just read through what ChatGPT says about this. It says, what Erasmus is saying, this is a very important section because Erasmus is not rejecting Jerome outright. Rather, he is questioning the logic of the claim. So this is ChatGPT. It's not me. It could be wrong. Could be right. Now I've got that pill song in my head. His argument runs as follows. Jerome said that Latin translators omitted the testimony of the Father, Word, and the Spirit. 2, Jerome implies that he corrected this omission from Greek manuscripts. 3, Erasmus observes that in his own day, the situation is the reverse, just like we got today. Most Greek manuscripts lack the comma, and many Latin manuscripts contain it. Number 4, therefore, Erasmus asks, which Greek manuscripts did Jerome use? Were they unanimous? If they differed, how did Jerome determine which reading was authentic? Number 5, Erasmus also notes that the shorter reading without the comma had long-standing ecclesiastical usage, making Jerome's accusation against translators difficult to explain. So he's sort of saying, okay, well, I'm sort of seeing this historical dichotomy, or this historical tension here, where there are people in the Greek church who are quoting 1 John 5, 7 to 8 portion, but they're not having verse 7 in there. So that attack is happening in the Greek world. But then Jerome's saying actually it's sort of the opposite, that there is really no attack. But he doesn't give full details on this. He's just saying there are unfaithful scribes who don't translate this. So I guess the thing is, perhaps Jerome had access to a whole bunch of Greek manuscripts where he's saying these are genuine, and there were some being used by people. I guess he couldn't know what was happening everywhere at all times, but there were people around the place who were using the text without the comma in it in the Greek back then. But it is saying that Jerome had Greek in front of him that had the comma there. That's exactly what he's saying. This is what Erasmus is saying, how he's reading it. But he's just saying there's a bit of a tension there because some of these Greek guys didn't have the reading and they don't quote the comma. But yeah, that's interesting too. So anyway, this is ChatGPT again. It says this passage shows Erasmus is wrestling seriously with Jerome's prologue and trying to reconcile it with the manuscript evidence available to him. It is one of the clearest places where Erasmus expresses skepticism about Jerome's explanation of the comma. I wouldn't go that far. I would just say he is just thinking out loud on these things and saying, okay, there is a tension there. But let's translate the next section because it does seem like it continues on. And we'll just see if there is any more mention of, translate this, any more mention of Jerome. Okay, so here's a close scholarly translation of the passage, 1535 edition. Cyril, however, so this is a continuation of what we just read. Cyril, however, concludes that the Holy Spirit is God, not from the words added, and these three are one, but from what follows. If we receive the testimony of men, the testimony of God is greater, which he refers to the Spirit of whom mention had just been made. So I actually did read through this. So I must have skipped a page. I went from the first bit to this one, and then I went back to one that I skipped. So I've actually covered all this. But it's interesting that this comes straight after, and he's talking about Cyril concludes that the Holy Spirit is God, not from the words added, and these three are one, but from what follows. So it's interesting that Cyril was still sort of saying that section is teaching that the Holy Spirit is God, which you would only usually get if 1 John 5:7 was there, which is interesting. So I guess he's just putting all this evidence down and saying, that's what I've got before me. Very interesting to read through Erasmus's stuff, man. It's like when I read through his stuff, I get sparks in my mind everywhere. And so then he talks about Bede. We were talking about that. And Augustine. But we've found places where Augustine does quote the comma, which is quite interesting. Okay, so I'll just see if there's any more mention of Jerome. Now I might go through this. Okay, Jerome. Okay. Jerome. Okay, so I think that's all that Erasmus says about Jerome in his annotations there. But very interesting. And then we're getting into the book, which is more opinionated. But yeah, I don't get the feeling that he's just like Erasmus is just outright saying, hey, this is like a type of forgery or anything like that. Because I'll just remember where we are. We're at number 24 here. But I'll just go up to some of the quotations. And it does seem like Richard Simon was sort of like mentioning Erasmus here. Now I'll just search for Erasmus so I get that exact Erasmus. Okay. Okay, it says there is a first discussion of the awkward accusations by Erasmus against Jerome. Erasmus accused Jerome as interpolating the verse, despite the fact that Erasmus was very often warm to Jerome. So I'm not sure where that comes from. That's written by Stephen Avery. I have heard Stephen Avery say that Erasmus, he was questioning Jerome, but it doesn't seem like it's like completely overriding or treating Jerome as a pseudo Jerome type of thing. To me, he's just showing that there's tension in the historical narrative. I guess it's like if someone, I'm just trying to throw this out there, I haven't really thought about this, but it's like, I guess if someone's living in Berlin, they're like, hey, in World War II, there's Nazis everywhere. But if you're living in somewhere else in Germany and you're like, hey, there's 2 Nazis in our town, sort of thing. It's like, well, it depends. Like we're limited in what Jerome said. We're trying to read into it as much as possible. And I guess if Jerome knew our situation that we're in today, he would have said a lot more about it. Exactly what he was talking about. And so I guess that's just Erasmus putting those facts out there. It doesn't mean that he's saying that there's untruth or that this is a fake or anything like that. But so this is by Simon in 1689, translated into English in 2013. It says, if Erasmus, who had read many Greek and Latin copies of the New Testament and frequently consulted St. Jerome's manuscript, had applied himself to the strict examination of the preface of the Canonical Epistles, which he thinks was written by that father, so Simon's admitting that he thinks it's written by him, he would rather have been inclined to reject that preface as superstitious than to charge St. Jerome with forgery. So, I don't know. It's a difficult way that it's been written here, and I guess I don't want to sort of hijack this and just keep talking about Erasmus, but it is interesting how Erasmus has viewed this. But it does seem like he's really giving no other option. That Erasmus either he should have doubted, or he did doubt it apparently, but then he says he thinks it was written by the father, by Jerome. Okay, but then he says he would rather have been inclined to reject that preface as superstitious than to charge St. Jerome with forgery. Okay, so he's saying he thought it was genuinely written by Jerome. So he didn't say it was a forgery, but he just said it was superstitious. So it's got some. He's pointing out some issues in there. So he's not actually. So Erasmus is not saying it's a forgery. Okay, Simon is saying he should have outright came out and said that if he examined it properly. Okay, but then he's saying no. He said it was superstitious, but I don't think he said that either. I think he's just given us two options, and neither of them are actually correct. He did think it was written by Jerome, as he mentions here, but on examination, it doesn't seem like this. It doesn't seem like he's saying it's been tampered with at all. So anyway, I'll just go through and see if there's anything else about Erasmus. Note that Simon has two purposes. This is Stephen Avery, to vindicate Jerome from the accusation of Erasmus that he was the rogue interpolator and offer an alternative explanation. St. Jerome was not the true author. Okay. So anyway, something I've got to study a little bit more. Martiane changed the pattern begun by Erasmus of not putting the prologue into Jerome's editions. So maybe he didn't put the prologue into Jerome's editions, but I'll have to double check that. Yet he argued at the same time that it was not authentic Jerome. So is that Martiane or Erasmus? So yeah, we're just got to be careful of all that. Okay, so we were at 24, so that continues on, and maybe he talks about all this other stuff later. So I will drop that issue of Erasmus, and I better check and see what's happening in the chat. Who knows who's arrived and who hasn't, and who's still watching. I'm just enjoying myself here going through this information. So I'll catch up with these comments. So Pastor Brett by Faith, about an hour and 20 minutes ago, says, busy here as well. I watched your seminar. Well done. That was to Dwayne Green. Going over it again. And Holy Stream Guard says, kind of like how they will attribute all kinds of manuscripts forged by Simonides, but can't allow he wrote Sinaiticus, the one manuscript he laid claim to actually writing. Yeah, it's amazing. When you look outside of biblical the academia, and you just go to secular academia, they're like, yes, Simonides, amazing guy. He did all these forgeries. They're amazing. And where you talk to people who love Sinaiticus, they're like, oh no, he couldn't have done it, Pastor Brett by faith, time to run, y'all. Have a blessed evening in Jesus' name. See you, Brett. Bible Highlighter says, is this the same Richard Simon who is Catholic and is said to be the first for originals onlyism? Yes. Yes, looks like it to be the case. Sorry, just jumping in. No, that's fine. Wayne and Wills says, hey, Bible Highlighter. You and me says the Benedictine accusing someone else of forgery is rich. The Benedictines, yes. Bryson is in the house. Holy Stream says, we can never forget we are in a war, though it's already won. The devil's combatants are actively looking to undermine our faith. They will keep hammering on labels because it's an information war. Yes, you'll get pigeonholed. You just like the King James better than anything else, and you're in a cult, apparently. If you just adopt the same position that your grandparents had, or read the Bible that they read like 200 years ago, you're in a cult now. You're a variant phobe, and so you need to be shunned. You haven't adopted the new science. Bertie says Lorenzo Valla criticized Jerome's Latin Vulgate for mistranslations and departures from the Greek New Testament in the Collatio Novi Testamenti, thus challenging traditional church authority. Okay, very good. I appreciate that information. And we did do a video on Lorenzo Valla and his time machine, which is quite amazing. It's not a literal time machine, but his ability to read Latin and tell what era it came from, which is quite an amazing skill. And no doubt Erasmus would have known this of Lorenzo Valla because he printed Lorenzo Valla's books and respected Lorenzo Valla and said that he wanted to update the Vulgate according to the principles of Lorenzo Valla, so which is quite a huge task. But yeah, he loved Lorenzo Valla and used his methodologies. Get Gnomed says, what do we do about Fuldensis and many other Vulgate manuscripts omitting the comma showing Jerome did not accept it? I would say it's not so much that Jerome didn't accept it, it's because Codex Fuldensis is just the earliest we have of that. So I guess it's like, imagine we had a 1611 purge and lots of the Bibles went missing that were early King James editions, but then we found like a 1683 or something like that. But imagine if it had the wicked Bible reading in it, the wicked, thou shalt commit adultery or something. And it's like, oh, that's the only one we got. It's like that doesn't mean that was the original printing. And that because this is just the oldest we've got, Codex Fuldensis, when we're looking at the text, well, we would say that an unfaithful scribe has actually dropped that out, and that's what's being copied. My take is that because this was a preface to the 7 books in the general epistles, that preface was probably written before James, and then you've got James, and you've got First Peter, Second Peter, and then your 1 John. By the time you get there, it can be quite a process to copy something. So it could have been, a week's gone by, or a few days, and so scribes just copying that. Perhaps they were copying these prefaces from one document, and they were copying the biblical text from another one, which might have been more accurate in some other areas, which is why they chose it. But then an unfaithful scribe has omitted this, but they haven't been aware of that. They've just gone through and just copied that in. Because, if I was to copy out say an edition of the New King James and it had preface material, I'm writing through the preface. Half the time you're vaguing out over it, and it's like, oh, that's all written. Okay, let's move on to the Bible text, and you've got this other manuscript. To me, something like that could have happened. We focus in on it today because it's a huge, big, controversial issue. But perhaps that was something that was overlooked, or perhaps that was something that was a huge issue in Jerome's time. So people, well, if it wasn't, what's interesting, it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like, okay, in the preface of that document, it's saying, hey, unfaithful scribes are doing this, and then we see it gone. And it's like, and so it's an amazing thing. And even just to wrap my head around that, it's like, okay, well, I'm just trying to give the benefit of the doubt to people, but it is an amazing thing to think about. Holy Stream says, regardless of it being a forgery or genuine, its age and content testifies that it was being removed and that it was being defended. Yes. Holy Stream Guard says, haha, I was just wondering if it was where it came from. Simon says, yes. Simon says, yeah, omit the comma. Simon says that we should make a song. Maybe ChatGPT, I would say, do a song to Simon Says, but about the omission of the comma, and I'll put it as a song for next time. Holy Stream Guard says, you have to ask, why does the devil and sons, the Vatican, the Jesuits, etc., want this verse removed from our Bibles? If the Word and God are one, then the Word is above the Pope. Well, I guess what happens is this opens the door. And so people, what they've done is they've actually created modern text criticism to come against verses like 1 John 5:7, even to the complete detriment of, say, the last 12 verses of Mark, because they should really put that in. There's so much Greek evidence. There's so much evidence for that being genuine. But because they want the comma out, they've sort of created text criticism around, their modern text criticism around getting verses like the comma out. But when you use that same methodology for a lot of their other places, well, you should have most of the critical text verses out. But it's sort of like the reverse here, where it's like, okay, well, this is obviously a genuine variant for us, that they focus in on it and become majority text concerned all of a sudden, where they're not anywhere else, only on minority TR readings. So they turn into majority text people all of a sudden. And so, yeah, I've sort of lost my train of thought there, but yeah, that's what happens. That they have, their methodology is completely changed. So James Sheffield says Lorenzo Valla, who revealed a number of ancient forgeries, did a comparison of Greek and Latin text, but doesn't mention the prologue as a forgery. Okay, very interesting. So I'm just going to go back up to that comment that Bertie did, and I might just, before I forget about it, I'll type in Lorenzo Valla, Jerome Vulgate, mistranslated. Jerome Vulgate, mistranslated, Lorenzo Valla. Even if that just sparks a few thoughts. By comparing the Vulgate to the original Greek manuscripts, Valla exposed numerous linguistic errors and shortcomings in Jerome's work. Okay. But he actually inspired Erasmus to do the work that he did, to do a new Latin. Okay, so metanoia as the Latin penitentia, full of grace. Okay, I know about those ones. His view on Jerome. Okay, I'll have to look into that a little bit more. And okay, well, unless it's, I guess that's a generalization. Criticize Jerome's Vulgate for mistranslations and departures from the Greek New Testament. Okay, but it's not really talking about 1 John 5:7 there, or that this is a fake. But I do appreciate that information, and I guess I've already sort of known that, and that's Erasmus was sort of like, this is a 1,000-year text. Sometimes the commentaries are different to what's in the text, sometimes proving that things have dropped out or things have been changed, morphed. And so that's why Erasmus did what he did. Wayne Wheels says, wasn't a lot of manuscripts burned sometime before the 4th century? There was a purge, and yeah, a lot of manuscripts in the Roman Empire were destroyed. Holy Stream Guard, after reading Edmund Paris's Secret History of the Jesuits and the timing of World War II, I believe Hitler seeking religious artifacts was a cover for him seizing and destroying biblical manuscripts for the Pope. Okay, that's interesting. A variant phobe, that's a good one. You're a variant phobe. I've heard people say that, like, these King James onlyists are just afraid of variants, we're just Islamophobe or homophobe, or we're just a phobe. We're afraid of variants. We're afraid of the truth, apparently, even though we're just reading everything, looking at arguments. Like, I'm begging people to debate me. No one will, except for Turin fan. Hats off to him. I'll debate anyone on the planet about these issues. Let's continue on, though. So we're at 24. Sip of water. What's the time? I better double check the time. We're looking at 3:38, so I can go for another 30, 40, 50 minutes. We'll see. We'll see if I can make it. Okay. Jean Martiane on the Vulgate Prologue. The Vulgate Prologue was seen as a forgery largely based on internal arguments that were given by Jean Martiane in 1693 in the Benedict edition of Jerome's writings. The Latin is here. The minimalistic reference from Grantley MacDonald is quite surprising, since this represents the key elements of the arguments against authenticity. So, raising the ghost of errors and in biblical criticism, so that's in his dissertation and in the printed book. The bibliography entry is a little further in biblical criticism, so he does elaborate a tiny bit more in the printed book. The clerk was glad that Mills had expressly rejected the attribution of the preface to the Catholic epistles to Jerome, as had Martiane and Puget, who produced the recent Paris edition of Jerome, 1693 to 1706. And it just has the footnote there for that. As a little side note, Martiane was a solid defender of Heavenly Witness verse or authenticity contra Simon. Thus, he's arguing weakly on this Vulgate Prologue issue should be seen simply as a quirk rather than an agenda. Okay, so he was mostly on the side of 1 John 5:7, but just adopted some weird stuff from Richard Simon. The Martiane arguments and the responses, Clement, Guénon, Dolman, Lamy. This is trying to expand on the material on 2 threads and place it all in a proper chronology. And it is summarized as 5 arguments. Some of the material is on the first page here, especially where the history is of the contras is given. Okay, so number 25. The full Vulgate Prologue chronology from Erasmus to today. Okay, so this is going to be interesting. So this is on Facebook, New Testament Scholarship Worldwide. This is written by Stephen Avery. It's got the link there. So it says, however, these arguments received solid responses. Those arguments received, solid responses And you would be hard to find anyone today seriously giving any of them as strong evidence for non-authenticity. And because of the first-person nature of the writing, non-authenticity must mean forgery. So that's usually what they say. Well, Jerome wrote it in a certain style, so it's a fake. It is hard to separate the internal arguments from the question of the heavenly witness defense, where the prologue was seen as inauthentic simply because of how it referenced the heavenly witness verse. So there's the circular reasoning. Oh, it's got the comma in it, so it must be fake. In terms of textual history, though, that is a circular argument. In fact, the evidences of the early centuries like Tertullian and Cyprian and the grammatical solecism in the short text are fascinating and often hotly contested. And in the meantime, many opposed to authenticity had emphasized the lateness of the prologue, which they thought was around 800 AD based on the known manuscripts. However, the prologue was then discovered in Codex Fuldensis, dated 546 and written under the auspices of learned Victor of Capua, which was published by Ernest Reinke, died in 1888, in 1868. You would figure that this would cause a re-examination of the forgery accusation, yet little was published, and you would have a hard time even finding the reasons why this writing became pseudo-Jerome. Very interesting. So this is to be continued from Grantley. So from Grantley MacDonald, who wrote Raising the Ghost of Arius. There is also more than can be looked at in that thread, at least to make sure it is in this forum. Most of the following scholars are referenced by Grantley. So we have Jacob Trigland from Behan de Moore. Grantley only has in bibliography. He defends authenticity. It's interesting. David Martin, French and English translation. Louis Roger, French. Edward Calamy, English. Reference. Petrus Pythias, Jean and Mabulon. So I won't go through all these names. It's just that there's a lot of names there that he's talking about. So I'm guessing all these are, they're scholars referenced by Grantley, but they are seem like they're all pro, comma. So also Petrus Pythias, 1500s scholar, reference very respectfully on this point as a top scholar, even by Richard Simon and Jean Mabillon and John Fell. They're mentioned as defenders of authenticity, which is authorship by Jerome, by Edmund Calamy. Earlier, Stillingfleet mentions Pythias and Mabillon. These are separated because they came before any real attempt to claim non-authenticity by giving various arguments. Similarly, Thomas Smith, he died in 1710, who often countered Richard Simon. There have been some minor questioning, especially since Erasmus had dubiously omitted the prologue from his edition of Jerome's writings. Okay, and John Fell forcefully pointed out that this was simply improper by Erasmus. Did the heavenly witness evidence affect Erasmus here? Similarly, why did he not mention Cyprian's reference in Unity of the Church? Remember that the main argument, lateness of the manuscript with the prologue, puffed away with the publication of Fuldensis by Reinke in 1868. So this thing about Erasmus, it's going to keep coming up, and this is going to be one of the things that I'm going to have to do a big study into, I guess. Did Erasmus dislike the preface? Well, just on looking at this, and I don't know that much about it, that's why I'm saying I'm going to have to do a big study into it. But from what I do know about it, it does seem like he's omitted this, but perhaps he has reconsidered that issue on talking to Stunica and Lee and other people. And it's like, okay, why doesn't he mention Cyprian's reference? But he does use the Commiahanium in his 1521 paraphrase, okay? And I'm pretty sure after reading Cyprian, he then references Cyprian. I'm pretty sure about that. But anyway, this might even just be answered just by going through this information here. So we'll just continue reading. Thomas Smith, before Martiane, responding to Sandius and Simon. Thomas Smith, before Martiane, responding to Simon's attack on the Vulgate's authenticity. Grantley did include Thomas Smith, whose Latin section can be read here. However, it was before Martiane attempt to claim authenticity. And it's got the huge book there in 1690. Here's how Grantley gave Smith the substantive part. So this is Smith, or this is Grantley MacDonald talking about Smith, but he does quote him. Grantley says, Smith defends the attribution of the prologue to the Catholic epistles to Jerome, though he notes that, quote, Erasmus and Socinus work hard to dissolve the strength and the bond of this testimony, by which they realize they are bound. They turn and twist this way and that, and lest they should seem to be struck dumb, flatter themselves that this matter is to be disentangled with untrustworthy and dishonest answers. Okay, so then Grantley continues. As Smith reports, Fausto Sazzini suggested in his commentary on the Johannine Epistles that Jerome had chanced upon a copy containing the comma, perhaps even several, and assuming that this reading was correct, complained that the text more generally in use were corrupt. Smith categorizes Socini's hypothesis as pure, vile calumny, which is not a good, he didn't enjoy that much at all. Then it's got the footnote here of Smith, and then it's got the Latin written there. So this is Ghost of Arius and also in biblical criticism. Avery continues, on the Ghost of Arius review post, I continue with theological false dichotomy that Grantley uses here, and it is really irrelevant to the authenticity question. It is very slightly rewritten in biblical criticism. That's his book. The earlier 1675 edition section on the Vulgate's prologue is here, and it's a sermon on the credibility of the mysteries. So 1675 to 1696 edition by Thomas Smith. And so we're reading that at the moment, and it says, the preface is printed in an old edition of the New Testament with an interlineary gloss, and I find it in several manuscripts, both in the Bodleian and our own college library before the Catholic epistles. The style is exactly St. Jerome's and questionless his, and acknowledged as such by Erasmus. So he's saying Erasmus acknowledges this is Jerome. Socinus, however, omitted by Erasmus in his edition on St. Jerome's work at St. Basil. St. Jerome, in his preface to the Canonical Epistles, vindicates the ancient reading and lays open the baseless and perfidousness, I said that strangely, of these men. I was just trying to say that word. I have no idea what it means. I shall here put down the whole preface. Okay, so this is the Latin preface, and it's been translated. So this is, Thomas Smith is doing this for us. And yeah, let's read this. Erasmus and Socinus are so urged with this testimony of St. Jerome that they are forced to make use of the very pitiful and disingenuous arguments to invalidate it. Socinus had said before, and then it's got a bunch of Latin, and it says, the falsity of which conjecture, however so warily laid down, has been disproved, hereby craftily concealing the citation out of Saint Cyprian. He very boldly accused Saint Jerome of forgery, who, having got a copy or copies in which this verse was added, and then it's got a bunch of Latin there. So I'm trying to sort of understand this. It is quite confusing, but let's just continue. And I'm also putting this into audio so I can re-listen to this. Sometimes it's in listening to it, you get it, you know. But Jerome had sufficiently confuted the falseness and boldness of this cavil. He was used to this kind of language as if he had corrupted the scriptures, but he was no way moved by it. Though this accusation of those of his own time perchance may not so much be referred to this place as to his translation in general, and may proceed not so much from heretical malice and pravity as envy of several of his contemporaries who were orthodox in the faith, but were no friends to his new translation. He charges the omission upon these unfaithful translators and questionless Sabellians and Arians, and upbraids them with it as a thing manifest and notorious and easily demonstrable. And certainly he would not have made himself so obnoxious unless he had grounded his confidence upon the authority of Greek copies. And then in bold, with what little pretense of reasoning, therefore, Erasmus and Socinus fancy St. Jerome to have changed the public and common reading. Let any indifferent person judge, but suppose that the copies of those times varied, which Erasmus grants, and therefore St. Jerome is most falsely and unjustly accused by Socinus to have been the author of its interpolation. He inquires, and then it's in Latin there. So I'm not sure that Latin actually just isn't being translated. And so I'll just quickly translate that and the other one that was above that, because it's sort of saying it's leading on to this and then it's in Latin. So translate. Oops. I'm not sure if you can still hear me, but it looks like my computer has malfunctioned. I am still around. I think I dropped out. I did. I am still not there. Okay. Okay, so let's add myself to stage. Okay, so let's shut that down. End task. I've got way too many pages open. Okay, there I am. I disappeared. Sorry, guys. I'm not sure how long I disappeared for, but my computer sort of black screened for a second there. Okay, so translate this. Quickly look at these Latin bits. Careful translation would be, by what argument then does he show which reading is more correct, or which was written by the apostle, especially since reading he criticizes what was at the time supported by the public usage of the church. So that's obviously exactly what Erasmus had said earlier. And then we want to get this one translated as well. Contrary to the testimony of all other manuscripts, both Latin and Greek, he began to defend and promote the reading of that clause as genuine, publicly complaining that it had been erased from the common copies through the fault and fraud of heretics. Okay, interesting. So it's talking about Jerome. All right, so it says here, to this may be answered that some vitiated and defective copies ought not to be prejudice the authority of either and better copies, whether in Latin or Greek, that Jerome had reason to prefer and vindicate that reading, which gives such an evident proof of this great article of the Christian religion, agreeable to the doctrine of the Catholic Church, derived down to them by a universal tradition and acknowledged as such by all, excepting a few whom either discontent or pride and conceitedness of their own parts and a love of innovation and of being the author of a sect had drawn into the contrary heretical opinion. Beside, his words are so clear that one might justly wonder that Erasmus should pretend any difficulty or perplex sense in them, as he does in his, and then it's got in Latin, so I'll translate that. In his, I do not sufficiently see what Jerome means in this passage. Or idiomatically, I do not quite understand what Jerome means here. Okay, so he's just saying that there's a I'm thinking about what Jerome said here. It's not a denial. He's saying Jerome wrote this, yeah. Anyway, let's continue on. So it says, so this is a huge block of words, and it's written a long time ago. So have mercy on me. But that we have too just cause to suspect how that great scholar was biased and perverted in his judgment concerning these great mysteries of faith, though he is so weary and cunning as not to discover himself too openly. He indeed is forced to confess the nature of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost to be simple and undivided, and the essence the same, though he is peremptory that it cannot be proved from this text. Constat, okay, so it's got all this in Latin as well, so I'll just grab that. It's very interesting, though. The careful translation is, it is evident that the subject here is the trustworthiness of the testimony, not the substance of the persons. Indeed, as it seems to be, that matter is not being discussed in this passage at all, and even the interlinear gloss, as they call it, acknowledges this. So Beza, and with a great deal of ceremony, confesses it to be pious to submit our understanding to the judgment of the Church, as soon as she shall declare herself, in brackets, as certainly as she has done in her public creeds, to the shame and conviction of heretics who reject her authority. And then it continues, yet still for all this demureness, he pleads for a liberty of interpreting Scripture, as if the truth were not yet wholly revealed, and the Church might err in her declarations. And then it's got some more Latin, so I'll just grab that. says, nor meanwhile is it unlawful to investigate the truth without contention, since God has revealed different things to different people. Okay. Then it says, which is also the pretense of Socinus and his followers. And accordingly, he interprets several places in Scripture in favor of Arius and other heretics, and particularly this. And then it's got here some more Latin. Since the entire passage is obscure, it cannot be very effective for refuting heretics. And then it says, the same pretense being made use of for all places, though never so plain, and endeavors to elude the force of that famous place in 1 Timothy 3:16 by expunging the word as much as in him lies, that is, by pretending it was added by the Arian heretics, so that we need the less value the censure he passes upon St. Jerome in this manner, where nothing but pure zeal for God, for truths of God, would make him so concerned and fervent. And then it's got a bunch of Latin again. I'll just quickly grab that. It says he is very often forceful and not very restrained, often inconsistent and not very consistent with himself. Okay, so that's Erasmus talking about Jerome. So he's often forceful, not very restrained, often inconsistent and not very consistent with himself. Okay. And then it says Idasius Clarus, a Spanish bishop who died about the year 338, at what time the elder Theodosius and Valentinian were emperors, cites both verses, though as to their order transposed and with a little alteration, in his book against Varimadus, an Arian deacon, in tome 4, Bibliothecae Veritam Patrum, in Paris, 1610, page 372, Response, and then it's got some Latin there, which I will grab and we will check that out. Okay, actually, I'll grab that whole section. It says, likewise, he himself, and in brackets, that is John the Evangelist, whose gospel he had just cited, says in the epistle to the Parthians, there are three, he says, who bear witness on earth, the water, the blood, and the flesh. And these are in us. And there are three who bear witness in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Spirit, and these three are one. And this very citation is employed as having been borrowed from this passage. Okay, so that's interesting. He's saying it's in the year 388 that this is said by this Spanish bishop. And so it looks like it could be in Latin. I guess in Spanish, in Spain, they would have spoken Latin. But that's interesting. Maybe I can quickly grab his name and do a quick search for that. But we have come to the end of that section. So we're at section number 27. Let's look for this guy. And I'll type in 1 John 5:7. Sometimes too, I've actually done an art. Yeah, I've got him. It's quite funny. I've got him on my own page. I don't even know it. I'll just show you. And so, yeah, I've actually put this information in like years ago. And I've got, he quotes it in Latin. There are three that bear witness in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Spirit, and these three are one. So I apparently that was in 1588, according to this guy. But apparently he died in, 1588. I should have said 388. I'm getting a little bit tired after 4 hours, so I might actually drop the stream if I start slurring my words or being too dyslexic. But he apparently died in 385. So, but anyway, it's around the time of Jerome. It's just after the time of so-called Vaticanus and so-called Sinaiticus, if they're that old. He's just quoting the comma. So there you go. Now let's just see. So I do have that information, because sometimes you find this information and you're like, hang on, no one's even talking about this. And so you just start developing another quotation thread. So this section looks like it goes for quite a long time. So we are at section number 27, and I think I will pack this up because we've gone for over 4 hours. See, I'm saying 4 hours. I'm starting to speak like Elmer Fudd. I was watching this comedian the other day, and he said he showed his kids like Looney Tunes cartoons, and he said it was all like completely inappropriate. He said it was like everyone had, like, out of most of the characters just had speech impediments, which made it funny, which is just teasing people who have problems. And he said it was like, Pepe Le Pew is just like grabbing the other cat and kissing, and completely, she doesn't want it, and it's giving the rapey sort of vibes. And he just the way he described it was just hilarious. And it's like, well, that's all what we grew up on. Nowadays, like Bluey doesn't have that. But so anyway, I'm about to pack this up. So I'll finish these comments. Holy Streamguard says that white clone pastor tried to attack 1 John while I focused on the ending of Mark. His whole lack of attestation argument fell apart. Hence, his text critic legitimacy was what I questioned. So I'm not sure who you are, Holy Streamguard. Maybe you might be someone who has debated James White. I don't know. Maybe I should check out your channel. Let's click on you and see. Oops, and that's just showing. I'll type into YouTube. Let's do that. Holy Streamguard 721. There we go. Holy Streamguard, there we go. 11 subscribers. Wes Huff is missing the mark. Okay, that looks interesting. 13 days ago. Okay, so I don't think I know who you are, but okay, so you got some videos there. Oh, pretty much just the one video by the looks of it, and maybe a bunch of shorts. I'll show everyone else what I'm looking at. So this looks like a video 13 days ago. Wes Huff, who is he? Missing the mark. Goes for 14 minutes. Got 19 views there. So yeah, I'll check that out a little bit later. You and Me says, is that Jeremiah Northern? Naughtier, not Northern. Autocorrect. No, not Jeremiah. Okay, and that's the end of the comments. So I think we have finished part 3. So obviously I'm just over halfway down this page. Now I'm at number 27. So I'll just sort of highlight that so I remind myself when I look at the end of this video to remember where I've been up to. And we are going through a bunch of other stuff, talking about Simon, talking about Jerome, and looking more and more into this. And so we're getting into like 2022, Hugh Houghton, talking about these things. And then it gets to the end of this page and there's another one that's not as long. It's probably about half that size, but it's still got a lot of heady information there, lots of details. And so, yes, so very interesting. So I think we could probably, at least going to have another full 4-hour video just going through that material. But and so that would be, I guess, if I do 4-hour videos, we're looking at 16 hours of reading through material on the prologue and double checking things and trying to figure things out. And so, but the thing is too, what's really good about this is we've gone through from 2014, and now we're basically like the last post on this was 2025. So we are getting to the point where, we're getting the latest material. And so we're covering bases everywhere, and then we're rereading things. Or this is what Stephen Avery's doing. And he's scouring the internet looking at forums. Now, the Calm forum, I was going to say who, oh man, I know his last name starts with an S, or does it? CARM forum is run by, and question mark, Matt Slick. That's it. So he's a Calvinist guy, and so I don't know why his name just vanished from my mind. But yeah, so thanks for joining us, guys. We're going to keep going through this material. And so ultimately, just to sum everything up, what we're seeing is the prologue was not doubted. Then people came along in like 1669 and said, hey, the prologue isn't genuine. Someone like Richard Simon, the father of modern day text criticism, Catholic guy, said it's in the originals only, all that sort of stuff. He came out and said a whole bunch of stuff without really proving it, that it's a fake. It's pseudo Jerome. And so that has continued on to today. But what's happened in between that is Codex Fuldensis in 546, it's been dated to 546, has the prologue of Jerome saying unfaithful translators are taking out the Father, the Word, and the Spirit, and they're only leaving in the Spirit, the water, and the blood. And so he's saying that's a problem, that's an issue. And so it's quite interesting that's something that's happened there. And so I think like this is probably one of the most important bits of information about the Comma Johannine. And so that's why I really want to just nail it and go through as much information as I possibly can. And if it takes another 2 videos, well, it takes that long. I'm not going to stop and just go, well, I want to rush this through. And I think that's why, the channel that I run, we try and not just rush through stuff. Obviously, if I'm doing a video on Wes Huff, I might just sort of try and put it on 1.5 or something just to hurry it up. But this sort of stuff, we don't want to just skip over things and get the wrong idea or not double check things. And so, well, thanks for joining us, guys. I'll play my outro. God bless you. Have a great rest of your weekend, and we will see you again very soon.